What am I showing OTA one?
Testing, testing.
1, 2, 1, 2.
We are going to call into order November 19th board meeting, and we'll start with the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which is named a nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call. So roll call, Miriam, here, Judy, here, Mark,
Here.
Del, on her way from the absent, Christine, here, Bob,
Here.
Alvin,
Here.
Andrea Miller.
Here.
And the eighth grade board reps are not here. We asked them not to come today. All right, so I know we have public comments, but I am going to change the agenda up just slightly and then we'll jump right into public comments. I want to say something before we start. When I joined this board and was unanimously voted in as board president, I did so with the sincere belief that we could work together to restore stability, transparency, and high standards to a school I care deeply about. Unfortunately, I have found myself in a hostile and profoundly disappointing environment that no longer aligns with the values on which the school was founded. I am deeply disappointed by the decline the school has experienced over the last several years academically, culturally, and operationally. While I acknowledge that my frustration has at times come through in ways that I'm not proud of, my intentions have always been clear: to advocate for accountability, protect students, and to return OTA to the strong community-centered, academically rigorous environment it once was. A major part of the concern I have is related to the leadership of the school itself. OTA, since leadership has taken place, new leadership has taken place, OTA has experienced significant decline in enrollment, worsening financial position, and growing instability. Time after time, questions that should have been easily answered by the school leader were met with confusion, deflection, or incomplete information. This consistent lack of follow-through and clarity has created chaos rather than stability, and the impact has been felt by students, staff, parents, and board members alike. Instead of acknowledging ongoing issues, I have been met with personal targeting, mischaracterizations, and unfounded accusations regarding my motives and fiduciary duty. The recent written threads questioning my integrity are not grounded in fact. My duty has always been to the school as a whole, not to any individual, personality, or public or political bloc within this board. I cannot say I have consistently witnessed that same level of commitment from all board members of this body. It is particularly telling that only a few months ago, certain board members were advocating for the removal based on being current parents, and now the same individuals are demanding removal for being former parents. These contradictory positions speak for themselves. If questioning the principal's decision, seeking financial accountability, and advocating for bullied students over bullies places the target on my back, then this is not a board I want to be a part of. I am also disappointed by the lack of transparency around the school's financial oversight. Over the past year, the previous treasurer missed the majority of financial related meetings with the principal and accountant and raised concerns privately through text rather than publicly during the meetings. These concerns were not brought forward to the board or the community. The current treasurer and member of the executive budget committee continues to stay silent about the school's financial condition, showing none of the urgency or candor that the situation demands. The lack of consistent accountability raises the legitimate questions, and the hostility I have faced when asking them suggests the deeper issues at play. Despite significant cash infusions, leadership has not been able to stabilize the school. When board members have raised questions, concerns, or recommendations, we have repeatedly been met with the response that this is operational, effectively shutting down oversight and preventing the board from doing its job. The culture that has been created both within the school and within the board does not support a positive academic, emotional, or social experience for students. And the fact that nearly every board member with children enrolled has withdrawn them in the last 3 years should be an undeniable signal that something is fundamentally wrong here. If anyone has questions about the basis for my concerns or doubts the accuracy of what I am saying, I encourage them to simply rewatch the past board meetings. The record speaks for itself. It is clear to me that my continued presence on this board has become a distraction from the real work that needs to be done. Therefore, it is with sincere regret but clear conviction that I hereby formally resign as board president of Old Town Academy, effective immediately. I hope that the remaining board members of this board would choose to confront the reality of the school situation rather than turning a blind eye to it. This school, its teachers and students mainly, deserve leadership willing to speak the truth, ask difficult questions, and make decisions based on the best interest of the children, not personal alliances, internal politics, or misplaced loyalties. So, these can go to you now.
Yeah, with Bill not here. Well, no, it'll be
They
the vice
passed on
president.
Judy.
I also would like to share some thoughts, as well. That also, I guess, it makes the motion to me that I do have, affection for the school. But I also think that, the way things that have been run recently, are not how they should be run. And I think that the targeting of board members, as our former president said, that first because they were parents and now because we are former parents is, contradictory, doesn't make any sense, and is targeted. And then the threats, accusations, and threats of retribution for, trying to carry out your fiduciary duty also does not make sense. For instance, as I think there's a chart here which will show the relative commitment of various board members. The black shows absence and the green and blue shows attendance at meetings. And it's clear that we have a current board member that does not attend meetings, yet there is no suggestion or effort to remove or address that situation. Although there's a suggestion or effort to remove board members who this chart clearly shows attend all meetings and perform their function as board members. So, I mean, it is sad, and again, I do not appreciate the personal attacks against my character, my family. I think many people in this room know me personally, know my children personally, and I find it questionable and surprising that people would then question character or intentions based upon that knowledge. But that is where we are at as a school. So, I hope that whoever takes upon joining this board in the future will take seriously the job of oversight and question and look into what is going on at the school and make sure that they don't rubber stamp what goes on without review or oversight of what is happening, which I think is a question. I also want to address that it seems similar actions are happening with the Foundation Council. People are being pushed out in secrecy and by surprise, which is a similar act, and I'm not sure how or why people feel that this is an acceptable way to be. But I also am resigning my seat on the board as well, and want to thank those who have been supportive and, helpful to the school. So Dell is still not here, so it's probably,
She is coming, do we know?
I think so.
I heard she might have to leave, but, and
She does not have to be taking the lead, but.
Mark, I have something to say as well too.
okay.
All right, fellow board members, teachers, staff, and OTA, it is with a heavy heart that I address you today. As many of you know, my professional commitments have grown significantly, and I find myself needing to travel in and out of the San Diego area for extended periods. Because of this, I believe it is in the best interest of the school to have someone in this board seat who can be present for meetings, school programs, and who can be more actively contribute to continued growth and success for the OTA charter. I want to express my deepest gratitude for your patience, your dedication to the teaching, and most importantly, for the opportunity to serve on this board. Together, we've accomplished so much, and I'm incredibly proud of the ground we covered, yet there is still so much important work ahead. I also want to take a moment to recognize our teachers. You are the heartbeat of the school. Your passion, creativity, and unwavering commitment to our students set the tone for everything OTA stands for. Day in and day out, you shape minds, inspire curiosity, and create a safe, welcoming space where kids can truly thrive. Your work often goes unseen, but it's never unfelt, and our entire community is stronger because of you. And above all, I want to remember why we are here, the kids. Everything we do is for them. And I hope this decision shows them an example of true leadership that is not only about perseverance, but it's also about knowing when to step aside for the greater good. Sometimes the strongest choice is the only one that ensures that they continue to have the support, presence, and advocacy they deserve. Let us never forget that by working together, there is no challenge we cannot overcome. While disagreements may arise from time to time, our real strength lies in coming together, tackling tough issues, and weathering the storms as a united front. And I could have done this with a letter or an email, but I wanted to see everyone one last time in my board capacity. With that, I want to formally share that I, Alvin Balthazar, am effectively resigning from the Old Town Academy School Board. Thank you again for the privilege of working alongside all of you. It's really been a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Take it easy. All right.
Well, as a point of privilege, I guess I'll follow suit with the, not the resignations, but the talking before the speaker slips. One of the things that I've tried to accomplish on the board when I rejoined it was to get it back to managing policy instead of trying to manage the day-to-day operations. For instance, one of the duties of the board is to make sure we have really good bylaws. Well, our bylaws have no provision in them for attendance for board members. I wasn't going to raise this, but with the chart that was brought forth, I went back to when Christine started on the board and documented the absences and the teleconferences. And part of the issue that we need to fix is, for instance, there were two board members that had well, okay, so Christine was about 60% of her 30 meetings present, while the sitting secretary at the time, for his duration, 57%. But since the chairs changed, that dropped to 29% for Daniel and Dr. Quezada, who was on sabbatical, which we don't have any way to deal with in the bylaws, was even less than that. So, my point in objecting to Christine's, removal was based on the fact that we hadn't taken those actions with other board members. We need to fix it so that there's a requirement. All we say in the bylaws is, we hope you attend. So we have to fix that to a standard. All the other boards I have that I sit on have, you miss a quarter's worth of meetings, then you get a comment that you need to show up. You miss another quarter, you're done. Second of all, for clarity, I wasn't trying to remove parents in August. What I was trying to do was get us to follow the bylaws. The bylaws say that the board sets the terms of appointed directors. We had 2 directors that were appointed, and a change was made without a board vote to put their durations, their terms at 3 years. We should have, at that point, been planning an election for the fall or for that spring, and appointed those directors to be in those roles until we had the election. If they got elected, great. And that's what I've been saying along, is if we follow the rules and how we do things, that gives us structure, structure gives us freedom. My favorite poems. Nuns fret not at their convent's narrow room. It's Wordsworth. Kind of chime with that. With that said, counsel for the company, how do we proceed?
How do you proceed tonight?
Yeah,
Well, you now have
5 board members.
5 board members and 4 are present.
for a president, we are required to have 5.
And we do.
Well, actually, we're required to have at least 1. But for operating, I think was anticipating a big problem, but our full set is 5.
You mean the. charter said-
Yeah, the bylaws, 5 to 11 is what we have authorized,
Not 5.
Yeah.
So,
with 1 absent.
I'm not sure what your charter says. Your target should be to attain what it says in the charter. And you may
I
not
have, right there.
be able to wait for your next election, so you would appoint. Maybe at an upcoming board meeting, you would agendize the potential appointment of new board members. Immediately, you need to, amongst yourselves, this is something that's not on the agenda and you could not have known about this. So you should vote to put on the agenda appointment of interim board chair, and do that now. So one of you can act for the rest of this meeting as the board chair, and the next meeting until you can appoint a permanent board chair.
Now, we had a quorum at the meeting start. Does that,
We technically still have a quorum. We
You
have
still have
45
well, we have 4 present
of 5.
of 5.
We would only need 3 of 5 to be a quorum.
Right.
Oh,
So we're +1.
okay. Okay, so should we do that first, or should we do the speakers first?
My suggestion to you is you immediately select amongst yourselves someone by motion, someone to serve as an interim chair to conduct the rest of this meeting.
I
Okay.
move that Mark serve as interim chair.
I second that.
Very voting. Fastest vote we've ever had.
Wait, there's discussion first.
Just like in a room.
All right, the vote has been made, the motion has been made and seconded. Is there discussion?
You want to discuss it?
No.
I probably should, but I know. Okay, then. Roll call, hold on, I mean. Christine,
Here.
aye,
Aye. Sorry.
Bob,
Aye.
Aye.
I guess aye.
You can abstain.
Okay, as my first act, I'd like to appoint you as secretary for minutes for today.
She was just asking me about that. I was like, it looks like he's doing it. You were over there right now.
And remember that it's not a transcript. It's a record of the events of the meeting. You don't have to be doing,
She's actually a really
Writing it
good note taker. She takes notes on a lot of different things. Taking all my notes for meetings.
okay, so then, I'll go with the speaker slips in the order. Let's see, that is right. First on the agenda, correct?
Suggestion for you, Mark?
Yes,
Now you have a big empty space, so you might want to just for the members of the public.
Close it up.
Closer together.
I think that's a great idea. Let me move over. I'll move over. Yes. And I can see Janina too. And also, just as a comment, we had the budget meeting, no, you can leave it there, yes, okay. Yesterday, and the board is gonna hear the same things we heard yesterday, so that's why I didn't feel the need to file another report, and Janina filed the last one, so. For those of you who don't know, Janina, we contract with a company called CSMC. They are essentially our CFOs. They go over the financials, they do the reporting to the district, and they meet every 2 hours with Devin. Right, Devin?
Yes, sir.
Every 2 hours?
Man, it seems more than that sometimes. And contractually, they are our CFO.
Yeah, I know. Okay, Jennifer Pine.
Oh, I had to adjust mine a little bit because I don't have to be so angry anymore. So thank you. This is really great. Really excited to be here for my first speaking. I guess I don't have to like complain about getting 3 minutes only, so hopefully I'm not too long. My name is Jennifer Pun, and I'm a parent of a 6th grade student. This is our 3rd year as part of the OTA family. This is exemplified not only by us keeping our child at the school, but also my involvement as 6th grade room parent, along with my awesome room parent, Nikki, and secretary of the OTA Foundation. But it's not just me. My mother-in-law, Grandma Dawn, is a volunteer at OTA. She's here twice a week. And my husband is here tonight. And he's had something to say, but I don't think he needs to say anything anymore, so it's just me. There was a vote today regarding the requests for resignations. All 3 have now resigned. They had a chance to speak and took that opportunity to take one last negative jab at the school. Just gonna say that. And as we can, and that I'm gonna stand here to be talking about the positives and what's being done because we are the parents who are currently at the school. So in addition to being a mom and an invested volunteer, I also am a writer. I know about narratives. And these individuals have and had, as exemplified today earlier on, created a narrative that placed all the blame of all financial and operation problems solely on the school's administration, specifically on our CEO, Devin Phillips. This narrative paints the picture of dysfunction. It tries to paint a picture of schools whose financial well-being is both being decided and destroyed by one man. It paints a picture of a school unable to function as a team, and that we don't have parents who care and who believe in the school, the teachers and the administration, and who would stand here in support of them today. I think if you can look around and on Zoom, you'll know that many disagree. These 3 individuals may have had good intentions. They may have seen themselves here to save our school from an evil within. But as we know from all great stories, the best antagonists all begin with noble intentions. In addition to being a writer, a volunteer, a foundation member, and a mom, believe it or not, I also have a day job. I am a film producer. I deal with budgets in the millions. I would love to have my head in the clouds all day creating stories, but also one that makes them real through action. And that is what our parents and our teachers and our administration are doing. We're changing the narrative to one of growth, teamwork, and generosity through actions and results. And I'd just like to take a moment to sort of present some of those results that we've been doing today.
You're pretty close to time.
Oh, over it. Okay, we've done great things. I can talk about it at the foundation. I mean, well, anyways, just wanted to say thank you, everybody. So as a parent, I'm so excited. We're all willing to be in this together. As a parent, a mother, a volunteer, just want to thank the board members tonight for making the right decision and for resigning. This is to close a dark chapter and to begin a new day. Thank you.
Chris Caballero?
No, thanks.
Okay. Ricky Salentino?
I actually, now that they're gone, don't have much to say, but I'll introduce myself. My name is Bridget Salentino. We are the original founders of Old Town Academy. And I was on the board and I left for the main reason that board members should care about the school, not just their own students, their own children. And that's what I was finding I was in the middle of. Everything was about protecting just a couple of their kids. And a couple of kids were let go because they were supposedly creating issues to one of the mother's daughters. And so anyways, I just wanted to make that point while they were still sitting here. But now that they're not, God willing, it's going to get the way it used to be, because this is a fantastic school. We have a great future, you know, behind us. And no front of us. I'm nervous because I normally don't talk in public, but I was so angry yesterday that I wanted to come here and just introduce myself. Our school was one of the top schools in the city, and it will be that way again. And it might be right now because I'm not part of it right now. I don't know what's actually happening, but this is honestly a great place. All of my kids, all the kids I'm going to weddings. The kids all loved it here. So I just wanted to make sure the school keeps going and that we're positive, because it wasn't positive when I was here last year.
Wes Lindbergh?
Well, thank you to the board. Many of my comments are unnecessary now, given the action that was taken, but I did want to make a public statement that that's what I was going to do, is ask for them to be removed. Let me introduce myself. My name's Wes Lundberg. I am the father of a sixth grader. We have had him here since, I think, March or February. What I could say now that those board members have stepped out and that there's been other comments made is that I have experience seeing what it's like in other school districts. Many of you may as well. And some of the hardships and stuff are normal. That's not a concern. But what I saw when I came into a meeting for the first time was complete dysfunction of the board. I have a PhD, I have a master's in philosophy, I have a master's in English, and I serve in education and have for 35 years, excuse me. It goes by so fast. I have significant experience with boards. I have significant experience serving on boards as well as working with them. 12 of my years in education have been as a CEO, so I understand the difficulties that are there as well. I'm looking at Devin. It's not an easy job. It's very, very difficult, and it's almost impossible when you reach the kind of dysfunction that I saw here. That dysfunction, the source and core of that seem to be the members that have now stepped out. There were violations of parliamentary procedure that I witnessed. There were violations of their own bylaws. There were violations of ethical standards. I could go on and on. It's not necessary to do that now. But I came in, I have not been invested in this school long. I and my wife, Tatiana, have been and are increasingly so. And because of what we're seeing here right now with this transition, you can count on us to lean into it as well. We're all in. Love the school already, love where it's going, and looking forward to the positive future. Thank you.
Claudia Watts.
Hi, I'm Claudia Watts. I have been connected to the school for over a decade because I'm Mr. Watts's wife. But, but I made a separate choice, or, if it wasn't based on Turner working here that I made a decision to enroll my son here. These teachers are incredible. And getting to know them and, just seeing them in the school, that's why I wanted my son here. And it takes an entire community to support that. So I had a very different speech prepared. I tried to be a little bit distant from the school just because of, Turner, but as a parent, I want to be here and I'm encouraged by these changes so that it's a positive environment because it takes a lot of people to do the main task is supporting the students. That's what we're here for. So all that to just say that the staff is incredible and they're only, as strong as the leadership that helps support them. So really looking forward to positive change.
Tatiana Gavina.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Tatiana Gavino, and I'm the parent of a sixth grader and West Lindbergh's wife. By way of background, I'm currently the general counsel serving at a large nonprofit organization where I oversee 3 boards and 1 association. My husband and I chose to move our son to OTA from his previous school in the middle of 5th grade because we wanted him to be part of the small, caring community that values service to others as part of the overall fabric of the mission. OTA certainly has its financial difficulties like every other public school in the state. Those difficulties can be overcome when parents in the community rally together for the best interest of the students in school. And of great importance is a supportive, knowledgeable, and ethical board that puts the mission of the school above all things. Every nonprofit board member has 3 core fiduciary duties: care, loyalty, and obedience. These aren't buzzwords, they're legal obligations. What I have witnessed in several board members is dysfunctional and unethical behavior that is not in the best interest of the school, our children, and our community. As example, several board members felt the need to change the agenda in order for their voices to be heard today, rather than allow the parents who are here to say and to speak their minds. To date, the school has been unable to move forward in creating policies because of the dysfunction. I appreciate the board members stepping down and allowing OTA and the students and parents that are here to help rebuild and repair all that is good in our small community.
James Feathers.
I also had a prepared speech that was wildly different from Safe Day. It was a real banger. I feel much better giving the words that I plan to say now. And that is that I feel like the board members that just left us, before they left, they kind of went a little bit scorched earth. And they talked a lot about the problems and focused on a lot of kind of like, I don't know, it was very negative. And I feel like as leaders, you can focus on problems or you can focus on solutions. And I think that they were focused on the problems and that made it so that they couldn't see any of the solutions. I gotta say that last week in particular, when we had the parents come in, some of you, to welcome some of the people from the Aspire Center, when I was watching that, I felt so good about the future of Old Town because I felt like we had a future group of parents that are ready to step in and be what they need to be for Old Town. I can honestly say in 3 years that I've been here, I have never felt as good about the future of Old Town as I feel right now. Because we have a group that are ready to take us into the future instead of just focus on all the negativity and things from the past. And I just hope that we can carry that forward and kind of keep that going, because Old Town is an amazing place. We have seen, frankly, nothing but improvement in our students, our scores, test scores for the last 3 years. So to say that things are only terrible here at Old Town and are only, getting worse, that's not only just kind of a shameful thing to say, but it's just inaccurate. Old Town, I feel, has a bright future, and I feel honestly like that future begins today. Thank you.
Yana Hooper? Get that right?
Okay, so. Hi, my name is Georgiana Cooper. And, well, also, I'm going to read it because I read it like 7 or 8 times before I read it, before here, but, the purpose has been noted. So then, hello, my name is Georgiana Cooper, and I am a parent at Old Town Academy, and I have been part of this community for 5 years. And I currently have a child in 4th grade and another one in 2nd grade. We love our teachers, we love our school. We want nothing more than for OTA to be a thriving, joyful place for our children. I have also spent 14 years as a faculty across multiple colleges, SDSU, Palmer College, Miramar College, UCSD, and others. I'm not stranger to academic environments, leadership challenges, or high-pressure situations. I understand tension, I understand conflict, and I understand that disagreements are normal. But what I have seen here is beyond that. I watched the board meetings online, and it has been both embarrassing and disheartening to witness the conduct displayed. It is disappointing deeply because my intention has always been simple: to have my children learn, grow, and be part of a healthy school community where the teachers feel supported and parents feel valued. And our teachers are doing their job. And our staff do. And parents do. And blah, 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 they left, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Yeah, unethical, yeah, wrong act. Decisions felt self-serving rather than student-centered. Your choices, we can skip a few lines. Yet you continue to make, that's again. You continue to make decisions for a school you're no longer personally invested in. Okay, yeah, okay, we know that. Not representation, that is overreach. For years, I have been an active parent. I've served as a room mom for 3 years, and I know firsthand that OTA parents are extraordinary. They are generous, they are eager to help, and they want to volunteer, organize events, support teachers, and contribute to the well-being of the school. And yet, when we step forward, we are met with resistance. We hit walls. Things get delayed month after month. All of those voting, like for the next one and the next one. Efforts to heal, rebuild, and move forward are blocked or ignored. This is dysfunctioning, this is discouraging, and it is hurting the fabric of our school. Our demographics are changing, and we embrace that. We embrace the growth, the diversity, the evolution of our community. Parents are ready to move the school forward, to support positive change, and to rebuild trust. We want unity, not division. Despite of all of this, the heart of OTA still is beating strong because of the people who are here every day. The Jogathon was a huge success. The Veterans Day celebration was beautiful. I saw tears, pride, gratitude, real emotion from veterans who felt appreciated and honored by our children. This moment reminds us of what the school truly is, a small jewel. Full of joy, community, and unity. Parents, teachers, and students are doing everything they can to keep that jewel shining. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, another question to council. The 2 voting items on the new business action item.
One more.
Oh, do we do?
Yeah, I put one in too.
Did you?
Mine's
really cool, Mark.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rachel Randall.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry. Okay, I am not a public speaker, so bear with me.
Reading, this is fast.
Yes.
Oh, my.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I'm gonna stick to my speech, even though, yeah, it really doesn't matter now, but it is what it is. Good evening, my name is Rachel Randall. I'm a parent of a fourth grader and kindergartner. I am grateful to all our teachers and our staff for all they do every day. My kids are learning and growing here, and our family is deeply thankful. 5 years ago, we joined the school because it felt welcoming and had a strong reputation for helping kids flourish and succeed. We saw caring teachers, a tight community, and a place where kids are known and cared about. My family has found support here, and we want to keep building on that. That's why I'm speaking tonight. Again, it's my better anxiety. A simple question. If someone no longer has a child at OTA, why are they still on the board? Last week, parents joined a petition regarding that very same question. We gathered 100 signatures in less than a week, and really it was like hours. It's about fair rules and a board that matches the families in our school right now. When a board reflects current families, trust grows and the work gets easier for everyone. Our bylaws say the board may declare a seat open when a elected member no longer has a child enrolled after the principal or school administration confirms that status. This is a clear, fair step. It aligns the board with the community it's meant to represent. Please vote tonight, which we don't need now to open any parent elect seated where a member does not have a child enrolled. Following confirmation by the principal, this action is not about blame or personal attacks. It's about keeping our board current, keeping our focus on students, and making room for today's parents to serve. Why this helps. Clear rules reduce conflict. When everyone knows the rules and we follow them, meetings go smoothly with less tension and more progress. Trust grows. Families see that the board follows the same standards we ask of students. Be clear, be fair, do what you said you would do. Students benefit most. When adults spend less time on verbal sparring, the board can focus on timely, bylaw-guided decisions. When seats open, I invite current parents to step forward. At OTA, volunteering is a cornerstone. Our school works best when families take part. If you're willing to serve, please apply for vacancies and raise your hand to help. I'll share what I've learned and help anyone get started. The more of us who show up, the stronger our school becomes. 100 parents signed because they believe the step to be fair and good for the kids. Please follow our bylaws and vote tonight to open any seat that is no longer, yes, we did that. Let's keep the board current and keep our energy on what matters most, our students. Thank you.
Thank you. As some of you might know, this is my second stint on the board, and we used to have crowds like this at board meetings with people having really good ideas and constructive things to say. It's really incredibly heartwarming to see this. Okay, back to, oh no.
Yeah, you got at least one more.
Because he's blocking you. James blocks.
John always overshadows me because he goes first and then I have to follow him every board meeting that I've spoken.
I was just winging it earlier.
My time's already up. We're gonna get
Yeah,
started.
no, sorry.
Okay. I will do my best to stay within time. But my name is Madeline Rice, and I have the privilege of serving as the third grade teacher here at OTA. I'm truly honored to speak with you tonight about something that has nothing to do with the events that have transpired so far. This project is very, very meaningful to me, and it is one that not only respects our school's values, but our commitment to every student and family who walks through our doors. Over the past few weeks, I've had the opportunity, or as I like to say, the blessing, to work closely with our administration, teachers, community partners, to work on something incredibly important. As of this morning, I am proud to share that OTA has officially submitted our application for the California Purple Star School designation. For those who may be unfamiliar, the Purple Star program was created to support military-connected students and their families who often face challenges of frequent moves, changing schools, navigating new education systems, or adjusting to deployments. The program recognizes schools that demonstrate a strong, consistent commitment to ease those transitions, providing the resources that the families need to thrive. In short, it affirms that a school understands the unique needs of military families and is prepared to equip them. Prepared and equipped to meet them. Here at OTA, this mission resonates deeply. We are a community that includes veterans, children of veterans, families currently serving. Looking just at our staff, we have Turner Watts, a Navy veteran, Fernando Sotelo, a Marine Corps veteran, Mr. Phillips and myself are children of veterans. Our whole staff has seen firsthand the resilience of our military students, and we recognize the importance of making their school experience stable, welcoming, and connected. And this is why pursuing the Purple Star designation feels not only important, but essential. As part of this work, I will be stepping into the role of military family liaison for OTA. In this position, I will serve as the direct point of contact for all military families and their children. My goal is to ensure that from the moment they join us to the moment they transition to their next location, they feel informed, supported, and cared for. I'm gonna skip over some stuff because I made it extra long. One exciting component of this initiative is the addition of OTA student ambassadors, which will be incorporated into our principal advisory board. 2 trained ambassadors from each grade level will be selected to welcome new students, walking them through our routines, introducing them to classmates, and helping them feel at home from day one. This empowers our students, builds relationship and leadership skills, and fosters a culture of hospitality and empathy. Our staff will be participating in ongoing professional developments, focused on best practices to support military connected students and their families. These sessions will be conducted coordinated by myself, and we are working closely with the school liaison officer from MCRD to make these happen. We will also continue building community events that honor and uplift our military families. Many of you already know and love our Friday flag ceremonies. We're also gonna do Month of the Military Child in April. Yay!
Yeah.
I just wanna say, in my, I don't even know how long I've been in education, I think 18 years, 19 years, something like that. As an administrator, it's over a decade at this point, and I've never been told by someone that they were going to take a project and take it on, but Madeline straight told me this was going to be her project. There was no, she was taking it, it was done, and she's done an excellent job with it. I saw that the application was submitted today, and I'm really proud.
Madeline is the liaison officer, Jim Bruni?
No, it's Kristen Fernandez.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But
You
there's
know-
multiples.
Yeah, do you know the MAC project?
No.
Okay, Rear Admiral David Boone runs the military families. They were one of the first responders to the jet crash.
Oh,
I'll connect those.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Now I can ask the question. Do we need to do the votes?
You have 3 items. The first item, is review and vote on the removal of board member Christine Fancev.
Right,
So that's on your agenda. You
okay,
can table it, or you can vote to not do it, or you can address it. It's up to
Okay.
you.
okay,
The
it's
next
not,
one is probably now moved,
okay,
and you have a third one that you could address too.
Right.
That's to call an election.
right, right,
Which is, something you can do.
okay. Can I get a motion on, item number 1?
5A1.
5A1, right.
The table, right?
Table it means delay it to the future.
Okay, not for moving.
Okay,
I move to remove it.
can I get a second? Is there any discussion?
I thought, once we get into the bylaws and reworking them, when we get to that point, I think we definitely should be talking about attendance and that kind of stuff for sure.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Okay,
It's my understanding that she can't vote.
I can't.
Right.
Just as a heads up.
yeah,
Just trying to help you out.
yeah. Okay, Bob,
Yes.
Ms. Miller?
We're voting to remove that,
Yes, remove
Yeah.
the item, not the
Right.
board member.
I am also aye. Okay, motion carried. The second item is now moved. So, motion for number 3 on, the election.
You can also just move on. If there's no motion to do anything, you just pass over. the
Okay.
next item. So that's another option.
Okay.
You may want to talk about this one.
I definitely think we should discuss it.
Well, this is since I wrote it, this is to get on the agenda, scheduling an election. It doesn't say when, it doesn't say, exactly.
Do we
Uh,
want next board meeting to have people that want to be on the board just come and speak? And then we can plan an election so people can hear them.
But we have a form that anyone who wants to run for the board fills out at a time.
mhm.
And
Yeah.
they can fill that out and then the board meets with that person.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we could, appoint interim until the spring election. Or we could just move the spring election up and add months to the term. I think the latter is, in my opinion, is the better idea.
It's better consistency.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I think trying to do an election in December is not a great idea, but if we open nominations now and through January maybe, and then hold the election in February.
February, that sounds good.
I mean, you guys do what you want here, the board, but we're sitting with 5 members until February. I do think it would be possible for us to pull off an
You think
election
so?
by January.
Okay.
I do think December is pretty quick, but I think January is feasible, and that way, starting in the January meeting, we could have a fit board moving forward for the end of the year.
That would also give us the ability, if I'm correct, that if there are enough nominations and we sense that we can have a larger board,
Expand the board.
that we could add to the max.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. All right, gonna get a motion to table this to the next board meeting
I moved to table it until the next board meeting.
in January, or do you wanna, I'm just trying to think on my feet here.
I think what you want to do, what I heard you want to do is you want to have an election in January.
Right,
So what you could do now is act to do that, to
Oh.
plan for election in January, and you could direct Devin to do all the things that are necessary to, forgive me, because I don't know exactly what you're trying for.
yeah, well,
The things that you need to do to collect nominations and so forth, so you could hold the election in January, and you could have an update on that process in December.
yeah, come on, yeah.
Imagine being married.
What was I just gonna say? Part of the problem is we have mentions in the bylaws of the board election policy, which nobody can find. All we have is a letter outlining some ideas. So I think what we need to do is hustle to get a board election policy bill that determines how that's done.
That probably needs to be set for December.
Yeah.
To be voted for January.
Why don't we get it done so we can vote on it in December?
No, that's what I mean.
That's what
She
you
said it. Yeah, that is what I said.
Oh, I thought you said, yeah,
But we can open up the nominations now.
right.
Yeah, and then we can have an
Okay.
election in January.
We can, yeah.
So can I get a motion to, open nominations for an election in January?
I so moved.
Second,
I second.
okay? Del? Are you,
Aye.
are you? Okay. Christine?
She's been taking notes. So I was trying to tell her that she probably needed to pass it.
Bob? Aye. Ms. Miller? Aye. I'm also aye. Okay. I'm pretty sure we can get something written pretty quick.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming. No, I've been doing it.
Yes. Please just, I got to thank you.
You got it. Okay, no student report,
And I thought I was gonna get a report that I was gonna read, but I didn't.
okay. We need the financials from Janina.
Yep,
You queued up?
I hope so. Janina, are you on there? There she is.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. Go ahead and share my screen. All right, can everyone see my screen okay?
Sorry, Janina.
That's okay. Can everyone see my screen okay?
Yes, you're on a special screen now.
Oh, wonderful. All right, so the first set of items that I'm going to be presenting for this evening is the monthly financial board report for the last closed month of September. And this report is as of September 30th, 2025, and it's compared against our last board approved budget. Our last board approved budget was the adopted budget for the 25-26 fiscal year. And this budget was based on 222 students enrolled and 210.90 ADA. Just as a friendly reminder for the board, our final ADA number will happen at P2, which we will not know until April 2026. So the average value for one ADA is about 15,000. So each ADA shorter or positive than the budget will positively or negatively affect the budget by that amount. So moving on to the revenues, the year-to-date revenues through September 30th, 2025 are $540,233, which is 7.4% over our current budget. And this is mainly due to the receipt of the CEFT grant funds in the amount of $350,000. And these funds were originally not built into our adopted budget. So just as a side note for revenues, we have around $1 million of budgeted revenue that is based on restricted funds. And so the school must find the proper expenses for those funds in order to meet the compliance requirements in order to earn those funds. And if not possible, then that would obviously have a negative impact on the budget. So moving on to our expenses. So we had expenses at the end of September for $671,134. And this was 13.3% under what we currently had budgeted. And this was mainly due to some cost saves in personnel expense, as well as services and other operating expenditures that were coming in lower from the months of July to September. But we do anticipate that those expenses will eventually catch up with the budget as the year progresses. So at the end of September, we're looking at a net deficit of $130,901. So I will go ahead now and move on to our financial snapshot here. So just for a visual representation, you can see that our actual revenues are exceeding our budget, and that's mainly due to the CEFT grant as mentioned. And then our actual expenses are coming in below what we had budgeted for this period of time due to personnel and services and other operating expenses.
Janina, can I make a comment quick?
Oh, yes.
Just so for all you assembled here, the way the budgeting works is the money we get paid is based on average daily attendance. And that's based on a percentage of our total enrollment. So absences cost money. Also, the budget is set as Janina just said, first interim for the first half. And then, Janina, I'm gonna mess this up. It's the clock started on October 1st at 2:02, right?
Yes, so what essentially happens is when the school first starts on July 1, you're getting funded off of your P2 from prior year. So P2 from prior year was 194 students for enrollment. The ADA, I'm not too sure of off the top of my head, but I know that your enrollment was 194. So you get paid based off that 194 from July 1st until January. And what happens in January is you start getting paid off of your P1. P1 is when they clock your attendance on census day. And that took place, I believe, on October 1st. And so you'll start getting paid on your new enrollment numbers, which is now at 201 starting January. So
there's
it's
a lag. My
true.
point. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Of course. All right. So here we are now looking at the actual to budget summary. So the middle column, total budget, this was the budget that the board last approved, the adopted budget, which we were looking at a deficit for the year of $348,710. To the far left, we have the actuals. These are the actual revenues and actual expenditures from July to September. Excuse me. And then we have our budget, which is our budgeted revenues and budgeted expenditures from July to September, and our variance column. So comparing those, the actual to the budget in the variance column, you'll see total revenue coming in favorably in the amount of $37,188. And as I mentioned, most of that is coming from the CEFT grant, and that is in your local revenue for $350,000. So moving on down to our total expenses, you'll see that this is coming in favorably in the amount of $103,384. And this is due to cost saves, as mentioned on that summary page, due to total personnel expense, as well as total operating expenditures coming in under budget from July to September. All right, so here we are looking at the monthly cash balance over time. This is based off of the adopted budget. So we are projecting a positive cash balance from the adopted budget. Next, looking at the balance sheet. So at the end of September, we're looking at total assets of $1,674,126. Total liabilities in the amount of $1,338,576. And that brings us to our total net assets of $335,550. So as I mentioned on that summary page, we have $1 million in restricted revenues, which we do track. So this is our tracking for September. We meet every single month, ensuring that we are spending down these balances. So as I present these this year, you'll see these total current expenses increasing over time. All right, and so this is just our CSMC support team and all of our contact information, everyone that helps out on the OTA account. And looking ahead are some compliance items that I work on with Devin. So I'm going to go ahead now. That concludes my presentation for the September Financial Board Report. But I do have supplemental documents to go along with this presentation.
Are those in the document we have, or is that something new?
Correct. It should be the documents that you have. So
Okay.
the first one is the check register.
Okay.
So this is the check register for the month of September. And I'll just go ahead and scroll down slowly on this. Next item, and let me know if you have any questions. Feel free to interrupt me at any time. Next item that we have for the month of September, that's a supplemental document, is the trial balance report. So here, this document just ensures that we are doing proper accounting, that the debits are equaling the credits. Next report is our general ledger report. So this here shows all of the expenses for the month of September. So I'm just going to scroll through this fairly quickly. We started with the payroll expenses, now looking at health, now into the books and supplies in the 4,000s. 5,000s is our services and other operating expenditures. And then we have now our 8,000 series, which shows us all of the revenues that have been booked. And the 9,000s is our balance sheet items. All right, so the next document that I am going to share with the board is the cash flows. So this document here is the cash flows for the 25-26 fiscal year. And just as a friendly reminder, this is based on just a snapshot of time. We have since worked on this budget. When I first pulled this information, we were looking at a deficit of 88,000. We have since met and worked on the first interim budget where we've been able to close down that gap. So in this cash flow, what you're looking at is a little outdated, just because of the snapshot in time. It's a timing issue. So we are looking at, on this document, a deficit in cash, I believe in the month of May or June. Yeah, May. But with the first interim budget, we have since been able to correct that and close that deficit a bit so that we do have a positive cash flow. So I just wanted to add that note there because I know that this is a bit of a timing issue.
Nina, may I ask, now that we're in the positive, are these numbers against our current student population, or are they still against our projected 220?
So what we're looking at currently is against your adopted budget, and your adopted budget was at, I'm sorry, the cash flow that we're looking at was this deficit of 88,000 was based on enrollment of 201, but we were able to close that gap a little bit more by, and you'll see this in my first interim presentation that I'm going to be presenting later this evening, with some additional revenues from the wellness program. There's also some decreases in expenses, and that is how we were able to get this deficit down from 88,000 to, I'm going to jump ahead here, to 27,000. That's what I'm presenting later this evening. All right, so any other questions on the cash flow for 25-26 fiscal year? All right, I don't believe so. So I'm going to go ahead now and share the cash flow for the out year, which we have also worked on. This is for the 26-27 fiscal year. So as you can see, we are looking at some deficits in cash, but we are still continuing to work on those out years as we continue to get more funding and more knowledge of new funds. We do input those in those out years. So All right, that concludes my September financials presentation. So is there any questions on September before I hop into first interim?
No, I just make the comment that even though we're looking at a good cash flow, there's still a projected year-end deficit. And one of the things the district is looking at is whether we have good reserves at a certain percentage. So it's not just getting by and making sure we can hit payroll every month, it's making sure we build up that deficit, that treasury.
Thank you, Mark. Yes, that is something that is very important for the district. So the reserve that Mark is referencing is actually right here. So it's the percentage of expenses. What it takes is your ending fund balance and it divides it by your total expenses. And so the district likes to see a reserve of 5% or more. And so when we started this year, you can see we were at 4%. So we obviously want to get above that 5% to show the district that we are financially solvent. So that's what Mark was referencing on the district's perspective there. All right, so now we are looking at the 25-26 budget first interim. So what I have here on the summary page is the first column is the prior year actuals. So this is how we actually ended last year. We ended last year with a deficit of $763,941. And then at the start of this fiscal year, this was our adopted budget, where we were looking at a deficit of $348,709. Since then, we've been able to put in some revisions of what is actually happening based off of what we originally built. And we're now looking at a deficit of $27,741. So I'll go ahead and go through the variance column so we can kind of look at the differences of what we had on the adopted budget to what we're now looking at first interim. So at the adopted budget, we were looking at student enrollment of 222. On census day, as I mentioned, October 1st, the actual enrollment for OTA was 201. So therefore, we're looking at a difference of 21 students, which also affects your ADA by 20. So in turn, with lower ADA, we are looking at lower state LCFF revenue. So as I kind of mentioned, one ADA, give or take, approximately is about 10 to 15,000 per one ADA. So equivalent, we're looking at about $200,000 loss here. So that enrollment obviously is one of the biggest drivers when it comes to student finance. The saver in this is that we actually did not have CEFT grants budgeted in our adopted budget. So we were able to include those funds on our first interim budget. So what we lost in LCFF, we gained in CEFT. So it was a bit of a wash. And then we also had some other state revenues. So in turn, our total revenues for first interim actually increased by $270,836. And then going on down to our expenses, you'll see that our total expenses for personnel decreased by $86,337. And then we had an increase in our services and other operating expenditures and books, I'm sorry, in our books and supplies. So our expenses, total expenses decreased by 50,000. So I'll go ahead and go through each one of these kind of line by line so we can see what's included in that summary. So with your LCFF, You have multiple funding buckets, but in turn, due to the lower enrollment, you're looking at a loss of $232,650. For your federal revenue, we matched what we had last year for actuals based on your federal child nutrition. So federal child nutrition is based off of reimbursements. So because we had 194 students last year, we matched it to approximately what we had last year. So we were able to increase that bucket. Moving down to other state revenue, same thing goes for state child nutrition program. We were able to match that in comparison to what we had last year. Your mandate block grant as well as state lottery revenue decreased, and this was mainly due to enrollment. All other state revenues in the amount of $229,754 is comprised of these one-time funds listed below. So we've had some increases in some of these one-time funds, as you can see. ELOP, the KIT grant, which is Kitchen Infrastructure Grant, Educator Effectiveness, which was a roll forward from last year. Not all the funds were spent, so we still had more time to spend them. Learning Recovery, Prop 28, and then as I mentioned previously, the wellness funds that came in, that is part of this CYBHI. So those funds came in. So I'm going to scroll back up here, and then the last one in our other state is our SPED. So due to the decrease in enrollment, that in turn affected the special education allocation. So with all of these changes, we're seeing an increase in our other state revenue in the amount of $153,585. And local revenue. So local revenue at the beginning of the year, as I mentioned, CEFT was not budgeted for. We were able to include that for $350,000. So that is what you see here. And then we also had a donation for $10,000. And then we originally budgeted $50,000 for foundations and grants, but we since have had to decrease that to $29,000, as that was more realistic of what would be received this year. All right, so now we're looking at expenses. So just kind of some ins and outs here on expenses. Certificated employees, you will see that this is decreasing by $4,060. And we have classified employees decreasing by $88,532. And this is mainly due to the needs of the school. The one thing that did increase though, from our adopted budget to our first interim budget was the health benefits. So the election forms that were received, they came in higher. It seemed as though people were electing more benefits for themselves and their family members this year. So we've had to correct that since on first interim. Next, books and supplies. You'll see books and supplies is increasing by $38,186. The biggest mover here is going to be the materials and supplies. So in this materials and supplies, the reason that we increased this bucket is because we had some one-time funds that were received that we wanted to make sure we had enough expenses. So we increased this bucket. And then the other large one was the food and food supplies, because we increased revenue and those items are based off of reimbursement. It goes along with the expenses that you had. We went ahead and matched that to the prior year as well. All right, and then the last one is our services and other operating expenditures. So this is a decrease of $2,890. And so there's a lot of ins and outs here on this. As you can see, we've got some decreases in travel and conferences, training and development expense, dues and memberships, as well as insurance. And then the other decreases are district oversight fee. District oversight fee is 1% of your LCFF. So as our LCFF decreased, that fee also decreased. All right, and then lastly, our depreciation expense at the beginning of the year, we undershot it by about $900. So I'm just matching that to what officially came in last year. So I'm going to scroll back on up to our summary page. So we are looking better than what we originally budgeted at the beginning of this year. We were budgeted for a deficit of that $348,000, and we since then have been able to close that deficit to $27,000, despite the loss in enrollment of 21. Or I'm sorry, not loss in enrollment, but not meeting the additional 21 students. And I think that the main saving grace here was the CEFT grant that really helped the school out, because if we didn't have those funds, then I think we'd essentially be looking at the same deficit. So any questions on the first interim budget?
Here's the comment, Devin and Janina have been meeting a lot, going over a fine tooth comb on the budget, trying to find places to cut so that the school's programs aren't hurt. And so far they've been successful in doing that, and we're down to, a $27,000 miss. And there are things coming potentially this spring that could help us along with that. But the bottom line is that enrollment is where we make our money. Enrollment and students showing up is where we make our money, and the grants should be gravy on the top of that.
Thank you, Mark. And one additional item that I'm just going to share here is the district template. So everything that you just saw on my budget template, I place onto this document here. And just for the board's awareness, this is the document that we send off to the district, saying that, everything that I presented this evening, that it's been at this board meeting November 19th. And that same deficit amount that you saw on my budget template of $27,741 is also represented here, just for the board's awareness. All right, so that concludes my presentation on September financials and first interim.
Thank you, Janina.
Thank you,
Thanks,
guys.
Janina.
Okay.
I wanted to ask if was the approval of it going to happen later, and you can just
Yes.
text me again. Okay, great.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
Thank you so much, everyone. Have a great night.
You too. Is Melody here?
Yep.
Office manager report.
John, you're up next. Thanks for patiently waiting.
Never been so happy to be at a board meeting. For the current enrollment numbers, kindergarten, we have 19, first grade, we have 25, second grade, we have 18, third grade, we are at 24, fourth grade, we are at 23, fifth grade, we're at 21, sixth grade, we are at 29, seventh grade, we are at 22, and eighth grade, we are at 21, bringing us to 202 students, with 5 students that accepted their offers, and we're just waiting for their enrollment.
Thank you. As a clarification on that, each student, it changes grade to grade, but each student is worth somewhere between $10,000 and $15,000 a year. That's where the money really comes from.
Mark, really quickly, a question was brought to me, and this is for John. there may be some people in the audience that would like to eventually become board members. If they stay for the training and then eventually become it, do they get checked off that list as taking that training, or do they have to be an active board member to be a part of that training?
That's a fantastic question.
Yeah, she asked me and I was like, I gotta ask him, I don't have any clue.
That's a fantastic question. And I'm gonna say that I think that's probably true. We can make it true.
Okay, so,
But also, Sidell has to leave. She's got a client event.
All right, so there will be another one.
Is there another format to do training in before January first?
Yes, so let me just say that you're not the only organization that has to do this 2-hour ethics training. So I've been doing these trainings for 20 years for real public agencies. School districts and you have to do it now, so there's lots of ways you can do it. I have an on-demand one that you can do, whenever you want. It's more generic, it's not gonna be a school specific, but that's something that you could do. This, we're not really recording for playing back later, I have to know that you did it. Basically give you a certificate for it.
Is it possible for her to ask questions of you directly after she takes the training?
Yeah,
yeah,
Okay,
I work for
Okay.
you, so.
yeah.
so, well, for the school specific stuff that might come up, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
And lots of people are doing the on-demand trainings just because it's so convenient. 2 hours of your time in one pop is hard. For those of you that have day jobs.
okay.
So for John's purposes, I think we're gonna go into closed session to talk about something, then come out, do the
Right,
training.
right.
And then he
That's
is
right.
able to go. No offense, we don't wanna pay you to stay the whole meeting, so.
So what happens with closed is we don't broadcast it. There's a limited list of subjects that we can discuss. The one we're talking about is one of them. But we have to you can't be here for that. So the board members that want to stay for the training, if you could just step out for a while, that would be good.
Potential.
Potential perspective.
Or people who wanna hear the rest of the
Yeah,
board
yeah.
meeting.
Yeah,
Not just-
absolutely. And before we go into closed, I want to make a statement that, I believe that the 3 board members who resigned did have their idea of what was best for the school. I don't think anybody was here with mouths in their mind. And I want to thank them for their service in public.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Okay, thanks. All right, now we're going into closed.
Sure. I mean, that's up to you.
So she can leave.
You're in charge, sir.
Thank you, I appreciate that. That would be weird to come back.
Not at all.
So really quickly, Alex, we're screen sharing up there, but we would need it to be on her for the report.
Let me double check what's showing on.
Yeah, can you maneuver that from your location or do I need to change something real quick?
I will.
Are we live now?
That's an Alex question.
Well, that's what we're figuring out.
Up, but I'm just gonna start that screen share real quick.
Yeah, so it can be on her.
Okay, I see.
There we go.
Okay, so this is the, removing number 8. Not sorry, removing, Jennifer's report on the Parent Foundation up because we're about to go into a 2-hour training session for the board. And she probably has other things to do.
So we're moving 9C.
Yeah, 9C is moving up.
Oh,
Floor is yours.
yes, so really excited. We here with the foundation and hopefully some new foundation members who might come on board late in very shortly. We had a change last week on Tuesday where we're thanking our previous president, Sylvia. Who is no longer president of the foundation. Right now, we do not have a president of the foundation. We are going to have a special meeting tomorrow, special election at 5 p.m. It'll be on Zoom. The agenda has already been distributed and it will be, it's available on the website. So a lot of work I think has been done since our last meeting here. We're super excited. In addition to the book fair and the jogathon, we are also in the process of doing our glow night, which was supposed to be this Friday, but got rained out. So we're excited that it's going to be actually on January 9th. And I heard that's amazing because it means that more of our teachers can also come out that day. So we're really excited about that. I can only speak for what the majority of the stuff that we have done since last week. So I've sent this out to the foundation. I also want to thank all my current foundation members. So Asia in communications, Amy, our parliamentarian. I've got Sheila, who is our VP, and Marie, who is our treasurer. They have been solid, and Ms. Vincenti, who is our teacher foundation member. Everybody has been really amazing. I am also the secretary, so just to let everybody know. And some updates that we have, you'll see over the course of this week and next week, more updates to the website. We've been able to update the council pages and the members and the open spots. So anybody who is interested in being, who would like to become a foundation member can go on the website right now and see what's available. And then there is also a link to a survey or a Google sheet where you can fill it in so that we have a little blurb about the person who wants to come on the foundation. And there are some great positions that are open. So you can just go on there and read all about it. Also on the jogathon, there's a lovely new picture with the logos that are on this t-shirt in the back here. And we're really proud of all our sponsors. It's been amazing.
Yes, I'm gonna show you how.
I'm sorry. And also a few photos. So we also have now been updating the calendar with more of our events and foundation activities. So you'll be able to see and get a really quick update on those. So please, if anybody has any questions or on dates, cancellations and things like that will be noted on the calendar that are foundation specific. And then we'll also have, we have a new thank you board up, which is on downstairs. There's thank you also to new parent Alexis, who was just spearheading that and did the amazing logos and the banner. So all of our jogathon sponsors and all of our new donors, sponsors who have sponsored like Bird Rock Coffee, which is now sponsoring several of our events with coffee. They did the Veterans Day, and then also Mini Donuts company, which sponsored the amazing Tasty Donuts and will also be sponsoring us again. So we're getting a lot more increased repeat sponsors not just money, but for gifts like Geppettos, and G3 Kids, which is donating another, $500 weekly, camp, for our raffle for our glow night. And so those are just kind of a couple of things. You'll see also a new community board, which has all the information that's right beside the uniform closet. So there, the kids and parents that are coming in will be able to see any updates if they're not looking on the newsletters. We are also going to be working on more communication updates and possibly a new foundation newsletter. And also looking forward to some more fundraising elements that are coming in the next little while before Q2 ends. So you'll see our new fundraising opportunities. It'll be fun things for the kids to do. One of the things that we are proposing is maybe having cotton balls so that each of the teachers will have their picture, and then the kids can pay 10 cents or whatever and have a cotton ball, and we'll see who gets like the largest Santa beard by the end of the holidays. So a lot of things are coming up. We're really excited. I want to say thank you so much to the Veterans Day. I had tears. It was so wonderful last week, and we'll be sending out more socials. Even though some of these events have passed, we'll start opening that up again. And so you'll see all that on our socials. And then the 2 luncheons were fantastic. I'm actually really afraid because I'm a 6th grade parent and our luncheon is next. And I am way not as good a cook, so I'm crossing my fingers because I have great 6th grade parents too. And then I think that's about it for us right now. So please, anybody, come to our special meeting tomorrow, and the links will be there. And please be patient with me because I am not a techie, and I will be counting on Alex. I'm sure I'm gonna see you tomorrow. Thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Yes.
My only contact on a couple things with Sheila, or Sylvia, sorry. The CARS program, did she turn over the information on that, the CARS donation?
That is a very good question,
Okay.
and she is very open, so I will
Great.
follow up with her on that.
And there was also, I paid for a secondary login to Grant Watch.
Oh, yes, that's right.
And do you have that?
I do not have that, but I'm sure it's in our
Okay.
folder, so I will reach out to you and
All right.
kind of coordinate that as well.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, Alex, can you screen share it back up? Nice.
Okay. John, the floor is yours.
All right.
Train.
Train us.
2 hours.
Thank you.
Nothing like 2 hours of training on that last week night.
Yeah, really.
All right, so.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Everyone. This is a 2-hour training that's required by statutes. Wherever about it.
So probably can just touch in the pages.
Yep.
Doesn't.
No, I gotta slide it.
I think you
It's because it's a PDF, John. If it
I
was,
think you can touch the left side though, like you
Oh,
click
yeah.
on.
yeah,
There you go.
there you go.
I have the same one.
So just to background who I am. Cause I don't know them, I know Mark a bit, and I've done it. So I'm John, I've been a public agency attorney for almost 30 years. I've been working with charter schools for 25 of those years. I've worked with probably most of the charter school operators in the state. Before I came to my current job, I had the 2nd largest charter school law practice in the state of California. And I joined my friends at Young Meeting Corps. It was the largest, and now we sort of are the only, we sort of monopolize, we sort of dominate the space. But that's okay, we're really good at it, and this is an area that's very specialized. Because we do, we're public agencies when we're performing a public school service, but we're also charities. And we do charitable things, so we have to sort of navigate and harmonize the public agency rules and the charitable rules. So what we're gonna cover in this training is the stuff I've got here. Roles and responsibilities of charter school board members. running public meetings, the Brown Act stuff. Board member duties, duty of care, duty of financial oversight, and duty of loyalty. This is avoiding conflicts of interest in the charter school space. And these are the main topics that are required to be covered in this training. This training is brought to us by the legislature. It's called AB 1234. It's been around for about 2002 was the first year, I believe, so 23 years. It was applied to cities, counties, and special districts. Only recently have these ethics training rules been applied to education agencies. So now it applies to school districts, county offices of education, and charter school operators. It's 2 hours. We cover the topics that we always used to cover for charter schools, like Brown Act training, and I've been doing that for years. But now there's special rules that we have to cover, like bribery, for example, things that really apply more in the city context. But because we're roped into it all, I'm gonna hit a couple of those slides as we go throughout. There's other topics that clearly don't apply to you that I don't talk about. And the content is all approved by and blessed by the Attorney General's memo on this, and the political reform act, where this stuff resides. And then as we go through this, if you have questions, of course, we're a small room, so please just ask me and we'll just hit the questions real time. So right into it, roles and responsibilities of board and management. Oops, I went the wrong way.
You're on 6.
You just gotta scroll that side, yep.
There you go.
There you go. So you are an independent charter school. There's also something called dependent charter schools. There's not many of them left. When charters first started in the early 90s, all charter schools were dependent, meaning that they were just programs of the district. We call them arm of the district schools. We still have a bunch around the state. I'd say 98.5% of the charter schools are independent like you. And you're run by a nonprofit corporation. So your nonprofit corporation and your school have the same name, Old Town Academy. That's not always true for other operators, but for you, it's the same. For you, the board of directors is you guys, you four, are the governing body with legal responsibility for the success and viability of the organization. And that means success financially, as well as, academically and programmatically for the population that you serve. The way you do that is you have fiscal accountability, you monitor your budget, you just have your presentation from CSMC, and later tonight you have approvals of the interim and the various support that you were provided. That's an important key part of your governance that we'll talk about later in the presentation. Now I'm on 7. So the board assures the long-term viability of the organization. Schools. You, the board, are ultimately responsible for how the schools are doing. So if there is a problem with your budgets or your operations or your academics, ultimately the board will be held accountable. You have your staff, your manager that you hire and pay to do it, to run the day-to-day, but you monitor him. One of the key functions we'll talk about of the board is hiring that person and paying that person and evaluating that person as he manages your program. Yes, I think I covered all that. And I think I'm ready to go to this slide. So here's just another slide talking about how you're organized. Typical roles and responsibilities of an organization like yours. Board approves the big stuff. Annual budget, statutory, you have to do that. Only the board can do that. Making major educational and operational policies, big ones, not small ones. Like if you decided to open a high school, for example, expand a high school, that's a major educational choice. That's a board choice. But whether or not you want to paint the walls blue, that's really a management decision. Your LCAP, that's a board approval, board hearing. You have your hearing on that and you approve that. Major contracts like debt, like borrowing money, raising money, moving to a new building. Those sorts of things are board functions. Minor contracts like I don't know, pest control services or something that's within Devin's contracting authority, that's a management duty.
Is that limited by the $5,000 number?
It is per our things.
Yeah, that's just something you chose for yourself.
Oh, okay.
That's relatively low,
It's super low.
and we'll talk about that in a bit, but that's relatively low, from my perspective, you can't buy much for $5,000 these days.
Right.
That's right.
Board reviews and monitors your financial policies, like that, like how this delegation authority you give to your manager. You consistently monitor your budget your budget to inform decisions you might make about resource allocation. Like, we didn't really need to buy all those iPads, we still have that money, let's buy something else with it, that sort of thing. And again, I mentioned hiring and evaluating your CEO. For you, your CFO is CSMC, and you do that. You have a contract with CSMC, it's probably a multi-year contract, and you review it. And you can switch out CSMC in the future if you want.
What alternatives are there?
There are several competitive vendors out there, and I try to be agnostic because I sort of know all of them.
Yeah.
But CSMC, good friends at CSMC, my good friends at XEd, my good friends at EdTech, my good friends at Creative Back Office here in San Diego. There are others, and they're very competitive, and once you get towards the end of your term, you might want to ask the others to propose something to you, you know, if you're not happy. Again, I like all of them, I'm agnostic because I work with all of them. But of course, CSMC has been around a while.
Well, Janina's been very responsive, so.
That's important.
Janina is the best person I've worked with there.
Yeah.
That's good to hear.
That's true, she's not.
Yeah. And then on the other side here is the CEO, the management. I use the term CEO in the presentation. That's the corporate term for Devin. He's in charge of the day-to-day operations and selection of your other staff. I don't think the board selects any other staff here at OTA yet, which is typical. That's the way I like it. And here's a little figure that depicts board involvement, the level of board. Am I blocking anyone's view?
No, I can see it. You're fine.
So it's just a figure that depicts the level of board oversight or decision making. So here you have a very high level of responsibility and decision or oversight for the board. Hiring CEO, hiring CSMC, LCAP, budget approval, major policies. Then you have a steep drop to basically everything else. Other policies, middle managers, staff and teachers, day-to-day office matters, rank and file HR actions. That's all practically no board involvement at all. That's something that you want to delegate to your professional manager. I'll talk more about that as we go through the presentation. There are reasons you don't want to delve into HR type stuff. So that's sort of the background of roles and responsibilities, big picture. So now let's move to an important part of the ethics training, and maybe the longest part, the Brown Act, the open meeting rules that you have. SB 126 is the Charter Transparency Law from 2018. It mandates that you follow the Brown Act. You always did anyway, because San Diego Unified required it, and I think most charters by that point in time were following it anyway, because all the districts were requiring it. You've always followed it. It's the state open meeting rules for local agencies. There's also state agency rules, which are slightly different. It's called Bagley-Keene. But we're Brown Act here. It basically says that all your deliberations and actions for OTA have to be conducted, decisions have to be made, and the deliberations have to be made in an open and public meeting, unless there's an exception. So, boards take action at meetings, so it's really important to focus on what is the definition of a meeting. That's sort of a key piece for this, and a lot of people lose their focus on that. I put here sort of an excerpt from the definition from the statute that's relevant. There's a lot of other words in there. It's not a very well-organized statute. It's sort of hard to follow, so I'm trying to pull out the pieces that are most significant.
Yeah, I tried to read it.
It's not an easy read. So it's whenever, I think the word, they use for congregation. Whenever a majority of you are together, they could be together in a room like this, or on an email thread over time, or on a phone call, together, just hearing about school movements. Like hearing me talk to you about it, you're not saying anything, that's a meeting. And then of course, also discussing, deliberating, and taking action is the farthest end of that. That's the most extreme. But even just hearing about school business when you're together is a meeting. The flip side of that, the prohibition is, don't do that. You're not supposed to do that unless there's a publicly noticed meeting and the public can attend. And don't use a series of communications outside of a publicly noticed meeting to conduct school business. So let's say you've got the board of 5. If 2 of you are communicating about a potential real estate opportunity, let's say, that's fine, that's not a majority of your board. But once you add a 3rd person, inadvertently or not, that becomes a meeting, and now that entire thread was a meeting. So you want to avoid that. The other thing that is important to know for me to charters, because I learn about it and I help a lot when there's a problem. When there's been a Brown Act issue, or there's Brown Act questions for things that are raised by maybe an authorizer, for to ask questions about Brown Act compliance. These rules weren't designed for you. They weren't designed for volunteers on a charity board basically running a school. These rules were designed for elected officials at cities, counties, and special districts who were running real government business, issuing building permits, issuing construction permits, and the like. And it was very important when they came up with these rules to make sure that all the business was conducted, the contracting was done in an open and public way. And there's no Brown Act police, but the idea is that members of the public can, call you out. Hey, that wasn't on the agenda. What's different in the charter school context is, you come up for renewal every 5 years or sometimes 7 years. And one of the things that your authorizer is gonna do is check up on you and monitor your Brown Act compliance. Do you have good governance? Have you followed the Brown Act? And it's not hard for them to figure that out, frankly, because you post your agendas. It's their job to review your agendas, to see what's on there, to see if it's compliant, and then they'll look at your minutes and see if it matches up. Expect them to do that because that's their duty. So it's a little bit different in the charter school space. No one does that at the city level, by the way. There's no city oversight agency or city authorizer. So avoid those inadvertent serial meetings with email threads and texts and the like. You don't really have non-charter school business here. There are some charter school operators, like you mentioned the MAC project, for example. The MAC project operates a charter school. They have tons of other social services stuff. So for their charter school component, they have a separate segregated Brown Act meeting for that aspect of their business. And then they're done. And then they do all their other business, outside of the Brown Act. That's okay. Doesn't really apply to you, at least not at this point in time. But that's something that we covered in the presentation.
Is the best way to deal with between board meeting issues that arise to reach out to Devin and have Devin communicate with the board?
So Devin can one-way communicate with the board till he's blue in the face, till you tell him to stop.
Okay, so we can channel through him. Okay.
Yeah, so if something comes up this quick, let's say you hear about an incident at the school. You can call Devin and ask him about it, and he might say, we're gonna cover that at the next board meeting. But if Devin sends an email to the whole board, hey, we had an incident at the school today, don't worry, everything's under control. Don't start replying to all the other board members.
Right.
Devin will probably do a blind email to himself and just BCC you guys, so you won't be tempted or inadvertently hit reply all.
Yeah, Devin will do that moving forward.
Devin will-
That was a
that's
good
exactly what I
recommendation.
Yeah.
That's a common practice.
Okay.
To do the blind thing, and you can just, and the board will know that it's to you, because he'll say, dear board.
Yeah.
Right.
And just know that the reason you're not seeing all the names there is because he's trying to avoid that inadvertent reply all. I don't wanna skip these slides. Here's something that we cover. Again, it doesn't really apply to you per se because you're a single site school. Many charter schools have multiple sites and they have to follow these special non-Brown Act rules or education code rules that are specially designed for charter schools. If you're an entity with a single charter like OTA, you have to meet within San Diego County. You don't have to meet within San Diego Unified, but you have to be somewhere within San Diego County. For you, it's easy because you meet right here, but you might have a retreat, up in Julian or something like that. I don't know, that would be okay, under these rules. If you have multiple sites, like let's say you have a satellite location in Mission Valley, you'd have to have a two-way teleconference location set up there. So even though you might be zooming the meeting, and even though you might be allowing public participation via Zoom, you still have to have the teleconference location. It's not designed to make sense. It's designed to give you an extra burden. Frankly, that's what it was designed for. Yes, sir.
I have a question. You said like if we had a retreat, so like not that I'm trying to have a retreat, but if everybody
That's what I was just.
came
gonna
together
say.
for a retreat, isn't that
Yeah.
considered a meeting and we're in violation?
It wouldn't be a violation if you publicly notice it.
But we have to make it available to the public to attend?
You have to make it available to the public to attend.
That's a strange retreat, but I just thought I'd ask that question because I was trying to figure that out.
You know, that's the way it is, and it's true for cities too.
Mhm.
So if you wanna have,
People probably just don't come, right? Like they just.
people just don't come.
Yeah.
And usually what you'll have on the agenda is gonna be things that people are gonna really don't care a whole lot about. But there is public participation, and you can have, a Zoom link, if you want people to observe it, have the opportunity to observe it.
Okay.
But yeah, if they wanna show up, unless you have a closed session, then it's the same. It's just a meeting.
Sure.
I have a slide on it, coming up, and spoiler alert, a retreat is a meeting.
Yeah.
You just call it something else. And then, just so you're aware, those people that have the multiple sites, within the county, they have to two-way teleconference, I mentioned that. And then for those larger operators, like in San Diego, we have Magnolia.
Mhm.
It's actually mostly in Los Angeles County and Orange County. They have to, meet in the county where they have the most kids, most students, that's what their physical meeting location is.
Mhm.
They have to two-way teleconference from each location, and they have to audio video record and post it on their website. You do that anyway, but it's not because the law requires it, it's because you just choose to do that.
Mhm.
And that's fine, that's great.
Mhm.
Little footnote, the teleconferencing rules do not apply to committees. You don't really do the two-way teleconferencing anyway, because you only have the one site. So we do cover.
But if the committee has currently 3 people in it,
Well, you can't have a committee anymore with 3 people. I have a
Right.
slide on that.
right,
We'll cover that.
another reason to have a larger board,
Yeah,
yeah.
so committee of 3 is now the board.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
The types of meetings, the Brown Act has 3 types of meetings, basically. They have really clever names like regular, special, and emergency. The regular meeting concept is, it's where you conduct your regular business. It's monthly, I think, for you. And one of its features is you give notice to the public, and notice just means you post your agenda, what you're gonna talk about, what you're gonna do, what actions you're gonna take. You do that 72 hours in advance of the meeting. As society got more busy, in the 1960s and 70s, they came up with this idea of special meetings, where you could have a meeting in between your regular meetings to just do 1 or 2 small orders of business. Nowadays, at many agencies, they're sort of just like regular meetings, where we can't tell the difference. Because like the city of San Diego, for example, has so much business, and the council members are full-time, you wouldn't know if it was a regular or special meeting.
Yeah, I went back to 2022 and mapped the meetings, and either they didn't say it was special.
Yeah.
Or they didn't have any until this year.
They did, so they might have just been having a lot of regular meetings, if they didn't say special, they do on their agenda say.
Yeah, there were months where there were 2 meetings in the month.
Yeah.
Okay,
So special meeting key feature is only 24 hours notice, again, 24 hours. Posting of the agenda that has the description of what they're gonna cover. The other things that are important to note are teleconferencing. We're gonna talk for a minute about standard teleconferencing and emergency teleconferencing, or we actually call it just cause teleconferencing now. We call them different things. We used to just call it teleconferencing before COVID. There was no differentiation. And the law is changing on the emergency or just cause teleconferencing starting in January. So this presentation covers the current stuff now. But when we hit those slides, I'll tell you what's gonna be a little bit different. You don't really do it, but it's important to cover it so you're aware of it. And there's also something called emergency meetings, which are very rare in the charter school context. An emergency meeting under the Brown Act is when you have a complete work stoppage or crippling activity. In San Diego, wildfire. So if you're in a city or an agency area, water district, perhaps up in the high country where You might have a wildfire, you could have an emergency meeting to contract with an emergency services provider, or if you have a sewage line break. We can't wait till our 72 hours to fix that. We need to hire someone right now, and the manager doesn't have contracting authority. So you could have an emergency meeting in those circumstances. It has to be dire. It can't just be something that you forgot to put on your like. They're rare in charter schools. If it happens, let me know. Couple of examples in the charter school space. COVID was one, till the governor basically lifted all open meeting requirements. Charter school didn't have enough cash to make big payroll the night before a payday. So the board had to meet to authorize chapter 11, basically, so they could pay the bills. Another example that I had in the charter space, Sunday night, I think it was a Sunday night before the first day of school, and the executive director, who has the keys to the school, was in jail. It was gonna be in jail for a real long time. And he's actually still in jail. But the board had to meet to appoint an interim executive director,
Right.
and somebody had to go down to
Get the
Las
keys.
Vegas to get the keys.
Yeah. Wow.
So that's an emergency in the charter school.
Yeah, got it. Got it.
I'm not as terrible as some.
So let's talk for a minute about standard teleconferencing. It's important, and I don't know how often you do teleconferencing, but you could.
Probably more than we should, to be honest.
Okay, well, let's talk about both kinds. Standard teleconferencing, we've had it for decades and decades. There's sort of 6 requirements here. This is when the board member is gonna participate but isn't physically here. Each teleconference location must be identified on the agenda. So let's say you're traveling, let's say you're gonna be in, New York. You have to know if it's a regular meeting, you need to know 72 hours in advance, or 72 hours and 15 minutes in advance, so Devin can post that address. It has to be at an accessible place to the public, so if you're at the airport, if you're at JFK Airport, you can't be at gate 47, because only ticketed passengers can go there, you have to be in the baggage area. So you would identify that. If you're at a hotel, you would identify, the northeast corner of the public lobby or something like that. Some places you can be publicly, so people can join you, essentially. You have to post the agenda, so have a copy of the agenda and, put it on the desk in front of you or the ottoman next to you or whatever. I always tell people to take a picture of it, just in case anyone asks, or just to demonstrate that you actually did these things, you were actually there. That's good to do. Everybody has the phone now to do that, so it's sort of stupid.
Yeah.
Here's a tough one. A quorum of the board has to be physically present somewhere in San Diego County. You might all be here, so you have a board of 5. 3 of you have to be in San Diego County, 3 of you could be here in this room, but theoretically, everybody could be participating via standard teleconferencing if all the addresses are listed. Everyone could be spread all around the country or internationally. So long as 3 of you, the majority of you, are in this county for you.
Got it.
Members of the public have to be able to hear at the location and have the right to participate. So if you're at a noisy place, you better bring some extra headphones. Usually it's not a problem. And then all votes must be taken by roll call, which is now the rule anyway, right? So it's not hard to do. Emergency or just cause teleconferencing. This was originally called AB 2449. There's a new bill that modified this. This is a post-COVID rule. During COVID, people got used to just, zooming in the board meetings, not just for charters, but at the city level, county level. And they were happy that they didn't have to identify their locations, because sometimes they were at home, sometimes they were not at home, sometimes they weren't even in the country. And they wanted that privacy and they got used to it. Now you can do it under certain circumstances. The first paramount thing is your meeting has to be already noticed via Zoom or similar platform where the public can participate through that platform, like Zoom, we'll call it Zoom for tonight. If if you publicly notice the meeting for Zoom and the public can call in or Zoom in and give their comments via Zoom, then a board member can too. If you haven't noticed your meeting that way, if it's watch only, live, live stream only, YouTube, you can't do this. These rules, you can't do these rules. It has to be a public participation notice.
Is it permissible to limit their participation to chat?
No,
So they have to be able to speak,
yes,
okay.
they have to
Good.
participate the same way that the board member would,
Mm-hmm.
that's participating over Zoom.
But that's only if, like, we have board members where it's going back and forth, like, if we have a stream and there's no ability for them to talk, we don't have to have the chat accessible, correct?
If you're doing just cause teleconferencing, they have to be able to talk.
Okay, but the other one, we would,
Right.
like, tonight,
Regular board meeting.
they on YouTube, we don't have to have chat enabled.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
I got lost in our conversation.
That's why when I make move, there's
Yeah.
there's two different kinds of teleconferencing.
Yep. I'm following, I think I just got,
Somewhere.
I think I was questioning something and lost track of where we were.
Mhm.
Anyway, yeah, so now we're not talking about the standard stuff, this is the new rules.
Gotcha.
By the way, these rules are really complicated. They're almost designed to screw up. And when the rule was first went into play was February or March of 2023. All the agencies that did it, almost all of them screwed it up, including like LA Unified, the largest school district. One of our cities in the county, they did it wrong.
Mhm.
For them, basically, they just do it over. I don't like doing things wrong in the Brown Act context when you're a charter school, because it's just something for our authorizer to say you did that wrong.
Mhm.
This stuff isn't hard, you just have to know it and you just have to apply it.
Suppose there was something contentious and it was a just cause meeting. And lots of people zoom in and wanna talk. How do you manage so that just isn't people talking over each other?
Well, that would be true whether you had board members under just cause or not. If you have a meeting and you're letting people participate over Zoom, that would happen anyway.
But I mean, you can't have a thing, raise your hand and you'll be called on, or?
Some people do that, some people haven't have it, so you have to still have to fill out a speaker slip,
Mhm.
do it that way. You could call on people by letting them raise their hand, and then the moderator will call on them and let them speak.
And mute them until then?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
different ways to manage it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So this allows the board, the feature here that people like, that the participants who do this like, is they don't have to identify the location that they're zooming in from. That's the main benefit. The board member has to notify the board at the earliest opportunity, but that could be right up until the meeting starts.
Mhm.
And they have to identify, why they have just cause. It might be a medical condition. It might be because they're caring for an injured spouse or a sick child. Travel on school business is another reason you could do it. One of the reasons that it's hard to manage is because I'm missing one of the slides here, sorry, I'm just trying to find it. So the quorum has to be physically present in the same location, so
Mhm.
under standard teleconferencing, you could all be spread around as long as
Mhm.
you're in San Diego County, the quorum wise. Under these rules, the quorum has to be in the same location, it could be here, or it
Mhm.
could be at your Julian retreat location,
Mhm.
but the
Mhm.
quorum has to be in the same room, which means you can't have a lot of people participating via just cause.
Right.
Talked about the viewership, things. Also, it's a board vote to allow them to participate via just cause. So what happened, when the first version of this law went into effect in 2023, one of the things that happened at the city council levels, at a few cities, was it was sort of weaponized. Where someone had a medical issue and wanted to participate via just cause, and a political opponent on the board said, no. I'm not gonna let you do that, I'm gonna vote no on you participating, because they didn't want that vote. That happened right away, which is one of the reasons a lot of city attorneys don't like this rule.
Mhm.
there's limits on how many times you could do the emergency teleconferencing. This is what they are now. They're actually changing. So it'll be tighter. It's basically, for most schools, for you, it'll be 20% of your regular meetings. Is the limit for you,
But that's not for the board, that's for each individual.
each individual.
Okay, good.
Yeah. The other thing that's interesting about it is when there's a vote. So you're doing your teleconference meeting, just cause, I'm remoting in, my just cause is my spouse is ill, so I need to care for her. I'm zooming in, when it's time to vote, I have to identify for the public and the rest of the board, every adult that's in the room with me, within earshot, and what their relationship is to me. Just sort of a weird thing, but that's the requirement. And the idea is, we wanna know who's there, we wanna know if maybe the union boss is there with you.
Influencing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So again, these rules were designed for you.
Yeah.
They weren't designed for nonprofit boards and charities.
Yeah.
They're designed for, cities, city councils, elected officials.
Mhm.
And when you realize that, the rules make a lot more sense. So here's the sort of question I get a lot, when is it not a meeting? Do we really have to notice this as a public meeting? Well, the Brown Act is pretty broad, covers what I said it did. Whenever you have a majority of you just hearing about school business, there are some exceptions, and I've listed the entire universe of them on this three bullet slide. It's when you have a majority at a conference or public gathering that involves discussion of general interest. My example in the charter space is charter school conference.
CCSAs.
Like CCSA used to come to San Diego, back then, been here, 10 years maybe. But when they came here, I'd see a lot of the San Diego charter leaders there with their boards. When they're in LA, they're gonna be in Long Beach in February. And I expect to see a lot of the LA charter board members walking around. That's fine. So long as you don't gather in the corner and talk about your own school business, that's the caveat, that's always gonna be the caveat. Somebody else's public meeting, so if you're up for renewal at San Diego Unified, you can have your whole board there, all sitting together in a row, that's okay, because they already noticed it. San Diego Unified noticed it for their meeting,
Mhm.
so that's okay. Most important one in the school context for me is a ceremonial or social occasion, like a holiday party, year-end holiday party, or a veterans walk, or graduation, commencement type ceremony. You can have the whole board there. Again, so long as the directors don't gather in the corner and cabal about school business, yes, but that's always gonna be the caveat.
Mhm.
Again, the SPRADAC stuff is the longest part of the meeting, so just bear with me.
Yeah, got it.
There's a lot to it. So the Brown Act limits the scope of your meetings to whatever's on your agenda. That's why the agenda settings are important. I always say if it's not on the agenda, it doesn't exist for purposes of the meeting.
Procedurally, can you rearrange an agenda? Or vote to rearrange the agenda? That's already been released at a board meeting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes, you can also just not do things that are on your agenda.
okay,
You can be over inclusive and put stuff on the agenda because you're not sure you're gonna get to it or not. And if you don't get to it, you can table it to the next meeting. But if you didn't put it on there in the first place, you can't do it.
okay. I'm not gonna, I don't wanna preempt, you're gonna talk about voting?
Maybe.
Okay. So, and all the other boards online. Discussion happens, somebody makes a motion, there's a second, there's more discussion and vote.
Huh?
If the topic is on the agenda, is that order okay?
So that's not a Brown Act thing. That's a meeting management
Okay,
issue. So there's lots of different ways to do it.
okay,
The most common way to do that in the public agency context, and if you watch a school district board or you watch a city council, they'll be very similar. You'll have an item on your agenda, an action item. The board chair will call the item. Item 12, consideration of purchase of new playground set, whatever it is. There'll be a staff report, whoever the person that's gonna be presenting this information to the board will give that staff report, or maybe it's you, maybe it's the board member. But let's say it's Devin or one of Devin's staff, will give the presentation about What did I say? Purchase of new playground equipment. You know, here's the playground equipment. Here's what it looks like. Here's a graph. Here's all the bids we got. Here's why we like it. Here's what the price is. That concludes my report. Next step. Thank you. Is there any public comment? Do we have any speaker slips? Let the people speak. This is the best playground set I've ever seen in my entire life. Buy it. Or this is the worst thing you could possibly be spending money on, whatever it is. You listen to public comments. You don't talk to the people. You listen to what their comments are. Then you're done with the slips and then you say, are there any other comments? And if no one says anything, you say, this is so important to do. This concludes public comment. That ends it. Then you do your board deliberation. You could just start talking. Hey, I think this is a good idea. Or you could be very formal and say, do I have a motion? And then someone could say, I move we approve Devon's recommendation for the playground set. I second it. Board deliberation, let's go down the road and see who deliberates on it. And then you can call the question and vote on it. And then you're done and you move to the next item.
So you could do that and still do a consent agenda for routine stuff at the end. Or whatever.
Consent agenda is just a meeting management tool.
Right, okay, got it.
Where you put non-controversial things, all listed, approve the check register, approve, you know, a few minor things that you have to do that no one's gonna care about, and put your minutes on there. And someone could say, I move that we approve the consent agenda. Now, if there's a speaker slip that's been presented, someone wants to talk about it, you can't do it on consent, you've gotta pull it.
Gotta pull it.
Yeah, and if a board member pulls it, you gotta do it, you gotta pull it. And just do it as a regular item.
So you can't have a public comment on the whole consent agenda. It has to be on a particular item.
It'd be very unusual to have a public comment on an entire consent agenda.
Right,
In theory, I guess you could,
okay, but then we have to pull it.
if it's on the whole, I mean, what would it be if it were on the whole consent agenda?
No, I mean, if there's something on the consent agenda we think everybody's gonna be fine with, but then if there's someone in the public that wants to address one of those items,
You pull it,
you have to pull it.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I looked at the Senate Unified's consent agenda and it's huge.
Well, it has to be,
Yeah,
they're huge.
yeah, okay,
They can't, that's why people develop that meeting management tool.
Okay.
Otherwise, there aren't enough hours in the day for them to have a meeting to cover all that.
okay,
Yeah.
got it.
So you're gonna have for your agenda, a brief general description of each of the items. Brief, 20 words or less. You post it at a publicly accessible place out near your location. It's easy for you because you're all in one spot here. That's good. I don't like information only versus action items, because if you have an information item on the agenda, but you meant it to be action, or somebody thought it was gonna be action, or you want to take action, you can't if you called it information only. So you could call it information and potential action if you want, or you could just call it items. And describe what the action is gonna be.
So Melody's report, information only.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, some schools, so one thing that's come up recently, in the charter school space are sort of consolidations of schools or closures of some sites for the large multi-site operators.
mhm,
And when the board's been deliberating whether or not to close a particular, so you basically, they call it surrender a particular charter and consolidate with other schools. A lot of emotions are raised and a lot of people show up at those meetings, and it's usually over several meetings. So one thing that they've done is they'll have a series of meetings, but they'll call information only meetings, the ones where they're not gonna vote, so they don't get 150 people, they'll maybe only get 10. And then when they say information only and potential action, that's when they'll get the comments and they can, you know, hear from all those people.
but information only, the public can still comment.
Sure,
Okay.
yeah. Technically,
Mhm,
it's before you take action on any item.
got it.
That's what the law is. The custom is you can allow public comment on information items too, if you want, and I think you do. I've seen you do it.
Mhm,
So if that's your pattern of practice, you know, you do it, but you don't have to.
mhm,
Agenda goes on your website, you already do that. There's something called the one-click rule. I came up with that. The rule is that, when you have an agenda posted, a member of the public, when they go to your website landing page, they should be able to get to your agenda in one click. So you should have a button or something on the.
We can do
website.
that. We can go to the, we can go.
Page two,
It's a, no, it's a drop down.
first click.
That's not a click, that's a drop down. All you gotta do is move over it, but it's probably two.
It's
If you
two
count, if
clicks.
you count the drop down.
So,
It's two
so
clicks.
if Sending a Unified thinks that's what that meets the standard, you know, I'm okay with it. I think the button to click on, current agenda, and you're not always gonna have it. It's only gonna be there if you have a current agenda.
You can-
So when that rule went into effect, this is probably like 10 years ago. I know there's a large school district that will remain unnamed. It's not Sending a Unified though. They immediately called everybody the first week of January saying, aha, you're not meeting this rule. There's no one click to get to the current agenda. And all the schools were calling me. I got like 20 calls that same day. I said, don't worry. You don't have a current agenda. You can't possibly be violating the rule. So then I wrote that to that district, again, not Sending a Unified. It was
So,
fun.
so on our site, you gotta go to governance, then agendas, then the year, and then you see the agenda to
So
click.
my view is that's probably not good enough. Again, I'm not gonna, if Sending a Unified has looked at that and said that's okay. Fine, great. I think you should do the one click rule.
So having, if we have a current agenda, having a button that shows up on the
That's what I
homepage,
need you to do.
Yeah,
done. And then the other setup could be the history.
exactly, that's fine.
Okay,
Yeah.
A one button click to the agenda.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
it must be on the calendar.
Well, no, just throw it, just have a button
Well,
that
if you're-
energizes on the homepage when,
Okay, yeah. And
That
then,
page has the calendar on it, and it says board meeting on the calendar. That's,
We're checking that box, Mark. That is a one click. It is a calendar on.
calendar on the homepage?
Yeah, that's how we
what
went,
it said.
that's how we went straight to the Zoom from the page, like straight to the.
that's fine then.
Okay,
Yeah, so that's
Okay.
probably why they found it that way, but I'm gonna have him put it on there
okay,
in a section anyway,
Okay,
so.
cool.
And again, this is the sort of stuff I said, charter schools are different because you're overseen by your operator. And by the way, they're not paying me to say this, I promise you. You have Sending a Unified is, in my view, just about it's a top tier authorizer. They're very attentive, they're very knowledgeable, and they really wanna help schools sort of, self oversee. So they don't have to bother you about stuff.
That's been my impression
Yeah.
of our couple of meetings with them.
Yeah, they're great, and I can tell you, I've worked with just about every authorizer in the state, they stand out to me. The thing report how members vote, which I've seen you taking notes on that. Here's a tip at the bottom, if you miss the 72-hour posting deadline for your regular meetings. Like, let's say you forgot to put something on, we call Devin and Devin says, it's too late, I already posted it. That's okay, you can still post a special meeting agenda for the same time and place.
Ah,
That's nice.
But it
Okay,
has
so
to be-
I got questions about that, just to understand.
Yeah.
So let's say we post 72 hours, we post Sunday night, 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock, cause we have our meeting on Wednesday.
right,
Monday, I get a call from a board member that says, hey, I really wanted to have this on there, blah, blah, blah. On our schedule, it says that we have a regularly scheduled meeting. We can just now
addendum.
basically
Add a special meeting.
switch. Are we adding a special meeting or are we switching it to a special? meeting?
You're adding a new meeting.
Yeah.
At the same time and place.
Okay,
Right.
are we then redacting or taking out the other
No,
one meeting?
no,
Or-
no, it all stands alone,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
And you'll see cities do that too, and school districts do that too,
Mhm.
it's a common tool.
Wow, I didn't even know you
But
did
what is
that.
that, 24 hours?
But- But it can't be abused, well, like you're hiding something for a last minute post,
Well,
right? I mean, that's, right,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a way to sort of manage the board's ability to meet, not have to have too many meetings.
Yeah.
Do it at the same time
Yeah.
and place, there's no reason why you have to do it on a different day.
Mhm. Got it.
Yeah.
And I think I have a slide about for what happens if you, it's not on here, but if there's, adding items to the agenda. So let's say you don't have 24 hours left, it's just something that you forgot. Then you're sort of out of luck. You have to schedule another meeting down the road. If it's something that you could not have known about, like, let's say a no or low interest loan opportunity comes out the day of your meeting. And it's gonna be very advantageous to you, but the loan window closes the application window closes before your next regular meeting, you'll suffer prejudice if you can't do it. That happens, something you couldn't have known about. You'll be prejudiced if you can't take action before your next regular meeting. You can vote to add it to the agenda. And the way you do that is you have to make the finding that you couldn't have known about it. It was just something that Devin forgot. Sorry, Devin. And you'll suffer some prejudice. You need a 2/3 vote here, that gets complicated. You need a 2/3 vote of your quorum that's present. And you can put it on the agenda. And then
At the actual meeting?
at the actual meeting,
Okay.
live. And then it's on the agenda, just like it was always there.
Okay.
So you could theoretically, this happened a lot during COVID actually, with low interest to no interest loans and grants and stuff. So you could theoretically vote to put it on the agenda, but still vote no on the item, you know, once you hear all the facts. It's just a meeting tool that you have. So over the years, the legislature has tried to fix the public agency problems with navigating the Brown Act. So we've got real problems that we want to solve. This is the way they tried to solve that problem where agencies were missing opportunities because of the rules. So moving right along. Committees,
And that's for a vote, right? If you want to vote on that.
Yeah.
Okay.
to take action, yeah. Do we have committees?
There are some committees that have been.
So Brown Act applies to your committees, even if they're advisory. Any standing committees you might have, like the finance committee, audit or executive committee, they're Brown Act compliant. So you can't have a quorum. Whenever you have a quorum of your board, it's the board. So now that you're down to 5, your committees have to drop in size with you until you get a bigger board. There's an exception called ad hoc committees. An ad hoc committee is less than a quorum, always has to be less than a quorum, and it has to be board members only. And it's for a committee that's temporary in nature, serving some temporary limited function. So, for example, if you're looking for a new property, you could have a real estate search ad hoc committee where you could appoint 2 of you to be the ad hoc committee. You can meet without public meetings, you can call on the fly, you can meet brokers, you can go visit sites, stuff like that. Or new executive director search committee is another one with someone.
Oh, let's not talk about that one.
Yeah. That's another one that you can do. And then once the function is resolved, once you buy the building, the committee dissolves. There's no further purpose.
So that was my question. What is defined as limited? So like, because I know we created it almost exactly what you were talking about, a committee to find, you know, the real estate, but then that went on for 7 years because we never found anything. So
Yeah.
does it still qualify under that or is it?
You could, that's a long time for that.
It felt long for limited, so it makes no
But
sense.
it's not, it's possible.
Okay.
I mean, most ad hoc committees exist for a year or less,
Okay,
but there's no rule
gotcha.
that says that. New executive director, you know, for a retired director is a common one. When you know someone's retiring, you want to get the replacement, you start early. Ad hoc committees are super common for that.
But if you anticipate having an extended amount of time for something like real estate, you can have a standing committee that's real estate, right?
Sure.
Right, then it's gonna be a Brown Act committee. So when it meets, you open it up to the public.
Okay, got it.
So these are exceptions. That's an exception. Ad hoc committee is an exception to the regular Brown Act rules you'd have for a committee. Some committees are never gonna be exempt, like a finance committee. You're never gonna have an ad hoc finance committee, because you're always gonna have finance committee. Another thing you could do in the committee world is the tip at the bottom. The Brown Act doesn't apply to non-board committees. So the Brown Act only touches the board and things that the board does. If Devin creates a real estate committee, or if Devin creates a finance advisory team, that's not a Brown Act committee. It might be all the same people, but it could meet, you know, in Devin's office when Devin wants to, do a conference call when Devin wants to, and could perform a lot of the same functions. Instead of having a board committee.
With a quorum of board members present.
Whenever you have a quorum, that's always, you can't do it.
Okay.
The quorum changes everything. Once you
Got
have a
it.
quorum,
Yeah.
it's the board, no matter how you slice it, no
Got
matter
it.
what you call it, no matter what you do.
Mhm.
That's sort of the hard and fast rule. So moving right along, closed sessions. So the legislature says that there are a few exceptions to the open meeting rules. The legislature has identified all of them. There's a couple dozen. Most of them don't apply to charter schools. So there are things like healthcare agencies discussing capitated rates for healthcare, that sort of stuff. So for you, and for charters generally, I've sort of listed the entire universe of them here. You still have to put it on your agenda. You would, like you did tonight, you identified your closed session items, and if people wanted to make public comments about it, if they knew what it was, and if they knew what that case was we talked about, they could make a comment about it. You wouldn't have to respond to them, but they still have the right to speak to you. You have to identify it in the agenda. If there's litigation, is a very common one. Litigation is broadly defined in the Brown Act context. It's basically any judicial or administrative proceeding where evidence is taken and facts are reviewed. So a charter renewal, for example, or a charter revocation, those certainly is litigation for purposes of the Brown Act. So you can talk about those in closed session. Personnel claims, whether they're actual lawsuits or an anticipated claim, you can do litigation, a closed session. There's two kinds of litigation, closed session. There's pending litigation, which is a lawsuit. You would identify the case number or the name of the lawsuit. There's anticipated litigation where you might just say one matter or two matters, because if you disclose the other party or disclose any information about the claim or potential claim, you could be tipping someone off for spilling the beans that they might have a claim that they might not even know about. So the Brown Act lets you do that. Personnel evaluations, for you basically have one employee to supervise, so it's no secret who that person would be. A termination, a public employee appointment, if you were gonna appoint a new executive director, you would put that on the agenda in closed session. Real estate negotiations, you basically identify the property. If you're in escrow or you're talking about price and terms or something like that, that's what you do. You identify your negotiator, the property, and what you're negotiating. It's almost always price and terms. If you had collective bargaining units, there's a whole series of things that you have to do. If you get to that point, make sure you do it right and have your negotiator write out the agenda for you, because it could be considered an unfair labor practice if you don't notice it correctly for Brown Act purposes. Closed session is not for budget discussions. It's not for general planning. You self-police. So no one's gonna be in there checking up on you. You have to keep yourselves in check and stick to the closed session topic.
Wow,
Moving right along.
that's a different one.
Here's a note on executive compensation, which is important for our ethics training. So lots of rules about this. Approval of the CEO's comp must occur at a regular meeting. So you can't do it at a special meeting, just sort of a fluke, it's a nuance. Again, these rules weren't designed for you. We just have to follow them. They're not difficult, they're just mechanical, we implement them. Regular meeting, it would be the same for a CFO if you have one, but you use CSMC as a contracted CFO.
But does that contract negotiation have to be in public?
Contract negotiation?
Yeah, the contract that CSMC presented.
No, you could delegate someone to negotiate that contract for you,
Okay.
so like you do for anything, like Devin would probably negotiate the
Yeah.
contract.
Yeah,
And then they'd bring it to you, and it would be on your agenda and you propose it.
okay, because they're our CFO, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Prior to final action on executive comp, you have to, again, these rules were designed for you, but you have to orally report out what the comp is, what the total compensation package is, what his salary is, what his amazing car allowance is, whatever it is.
Our allowance. Yes, here.
Health benefits are the same as other employees, whatever that is. Whatever the fringe benefits are, has to be orally reported at the meeting when that's moved upon and action is taken. The other thing that you have to do is you have to make the finding that his compensation is fair and reasonable. Which is easy to do when you have the same person, you're just giving them sort of a cost of living increase. When you're bringing in a new person, it's good to do comp studies. I recommend it to do a compensation study so you can demonstrate by looking at the market for similarly situated nonprofit positions in the region. Devon's right in the middle, or Devon's at the top, or Devon's at the bottom. And even if he's not in the range, I'm using you as the example for this hypothetical, it's still okay, you just have to make the call.
Mhm.
Wow, this person is paid way more than anybody else in the region. Yeah, but they're the best.
Mhm.
Or, yeah, they're the best, and they're the only person that would move here and do this job. Okay, well, we'll do it. That's okay to do.
They
But you
get
have
a lot
to
of
do it
Anchorage,
public-
Alaska.
Yeah. But it's something you have to do it in an open and public way. It's very important. And I think that there are a lot of authorizers that watch that and want to make sure that you're doing the right. I would if I were an authorizer, because it's sort of like the low hanging fruit. Here's a technical thing. Let's see if they're doing it.
Mhm.
So best practice for how you do this, I'll just give you a tip. And I've been doing this a long time for all sorts of government agencies, and I recommend the same thing for you that I would recommend to a city or a special district of the like. The best practice for comp, when you're gonna review your chief, is on your agenda, first have a closed session discussion about the evaluation. Do all your evaluative discussion in the confidential setting. We can talk about, he's doing a great job, he's doing a bad job, I think he might need a bonus. I don't think he deserves a bonus, all that stuff, have it in closed session. You can't set the comp, you cannot vote on compensation in closed session. But you can have all the evaluative stuff in closed session. And then have a companion item at the same meeting where it's the contract approval or the salary increase. And there it can be just a simple action item where you can say, I think he's done a great job. I move that we approve his compensation at this amount with the salary schedule and potential bonus of this amount, whatever it is. This is fair, I make the finding that this is fair and reasonable, in this marketplace. The second, then approve that. That's the cleanest, best way to do it. Which I think is what I just said. So moving right along. Rights of the public meeting. So all these rules are designed to allow the public to sort of be with you in the room when you're making choices about your money, basically, contracts that you make. Again, the rules are really for taxpayers, and the authors of these rules are thinking about the taxpayers more than the city council meeting, wanting to know how their city council money is being spent. It's a little bit more attenuated when you're talking about charter school operators, or money that we get from the state, and your interests are different, but the rules are the same.
Mhm.
So the way we do this is we let them speak before action on any item, we talked about that. We're gonna be in a publicly accessible place, they can get here. They can comment, but you can time limit them, they can't talk forever. Cardinal rule here is everybody gets the same amount of time. So if we have 100 people that wanna speak, we can't let everybody speak for 3 minutes, everyone gets 30 seconds. That's okay, you have to just police it and make sure everyone gets 30 seconds. At your regular meeting,
But, John, do we publish that ahead so people know?
you can, and
So,
most agencies do.
If you don't know how many people are gonna show up to a meeting, can you announce ahead of before the start of?
So yes, you could do that. What I like to do is for the board agenda itself, and you may have this, you should have a statement about what your public comment policy is.
Yeah, you do.
We at OTA generally allow 3 minutes for public comment. However, the board chair may, at his or her discretion, shorten that based on the amount of business we have to cover, and
Yeah, that's what it says.
so that's good.
Not like that.
Okay.
At your regular meetings, you have to have an item called non-agenda public comment, and that's where people can address you concerning things that aren't on your agenda. Now, remember I said earlier, probably half an hour or so ago, if it's not on the agenda, it doesn't exist. You can't deliberate. Here's sort of a nuance where you may have someone come to speak to you about something that's within your business, but not on the agenda. You can't act on it, you can't deliberate on it. So the board chair has to sort of manage this people issue and say, thank you very much for your comment. I'm really sorry, we're prohibited from taking action on this item, but it's important to us. We'll have our executive director call you back tomorrow, or we'll put it on next month's agenda. We'll talk about it then. That's what you have to do. At special meetings, you can do that. You can allow non-agenda comment if you want. Many charter schools do, because we sort of feel like we're community organizations, we want everyone to talk. You don't have to. The Brown Act's your baseline. You can always do more. You can always allow more, like what you do with the YouTubing. You don't have to do that, but you want to. That's good. Disruptive attendee rule. the San Diego rule. It is the San Diego rule, actually. So the rule for disruptive meeting attendees for decades, to the bane of all city attorneys, was that if you had a person at your board meeting, your city council meeting, basically disrupting it, shouting profanities, saying terrible things, going up to public comment and offending everybody in the room, holding signs, blowing whistles. The only remedy was you had to clear the room. So the board chair would say, if you keep doing that, we're gonna have to clear the room. And that would piss off all the other, pardon my French, 50 or 60 civil members of the public that wanted to be there and hear about this important item. They would get cleared out too. So elected officials were very, very reluctant to clear the room. This went on for decades. And then in San Diego, of all places, 2 or 3, about maybe 3 years ago now, we're having a series of discussions, and every year there was a bill that always was presented to the legislature, supported by the League of California Cities, to change the rules, so you could remove just the disruptive person. So in San Diego, we had a series of discussions at the County Board of Supervisors concerning homelessness services issues. And note that there should have been 2-hour meetings where the county was deciding on homelessness services contracts, but there were 3 or 4 people that kept showing up and kept disrupting the meeting, shouting obscenities, racist epithets over and over again. And the board chair, a guy named Nathan Fletcher, who's not around anymore, in the public sphere in San Diego, you couldn't conduct the meeting. So that pushed everyone over the edge, and the legislature finally passed a disruptive attendee rule. So now the rule is if you have a disruptive attendee, you can remove that one attendee and everyone else gets to stay. And the charter school space, I sort of chuckle because we really don't have, armed people with badges.
I was gonna say, how do you have them removed? What does that look like?
But you can move to a different room, we exclude that person, let other people in. There's ways you can do it. There are schools that have managed that, I think, to some degree. But again, it's something that we cover in the presentation, so you see how all the rules work and how the public involvement sort of interfaces with all this stuff. And I talked about the teleconferencing already, so. What do we do when speakers criticize staff? So it used to be very difficult, or disclose confidential information or act in a disruptive manner. This used to be a very important slide, and we talked about a lot of examples because there wasn't much you could do. Now you can say, I'm sorry, you're being disruptive. You're saying bad things about our staff. You're disparaging our staff. I want you to stop. And if you do it again, I'm going to consider that to be a disruption and we'll ask you to leave. You can do that now. Sometimes they just don't know.
What? That would have really come in handy.
No, I'm talking about personal pot shots at staff, not saying your schools, you're not doing well at the school.
Right, no, it's like,
We are talking about personal pop shots,
So
so
that's not okay. That's not okay.
full on meetings with multiple people coming with pop shots, so.
So if people have complaints about a staff person, what they do is they don't talk to the board about it. The board only has one staff person. So if they have problems with school staff, they should go to the supervisor of that person. That's where that happens. Sometimes parents will come to charter school meetings about student issues and they'll disclose the names of other students that aren't their own child. And when they do that, you have to immediately tell them to stop doing that. They're disclosing confidential student information, and if they do it again and it's willful, then they could be just excluded from the meeting. I view that as a disruption. So, moving right along. Sorry, I told you this is the longest part of the meeting, it really is. So, non-compliance with the Brown Act, who might care? Parents, communities, stakeholders, and the like, but that's not fair, that you're not conducting your meeting in an open public way and not, agendizing things correctly. You'll hear about that. Your authorizer, we talked about that. Charter schools are different. Your authorizer will examine your governance and will examine your compliance with the Brown Act, as they should. So think about that. I mean, these rules are not hard. They're very mechanical. Do it. There is a mechanism for lawsuits under the Brown Act. It's sort of been defanged over the years, but the way that works is if a member of the public or somebody has a complaint about your Brown Act compliance, they have to write to you and tell you what the complaint is and give you the opportunity to cure that. and you have 45 days to cure it. Or tell them that you're not going to. And then they can, if they want to, they can bring a civil action to try and, stop you from doing something or compel you to do something. But most often when an agency is given notice that there's non-compliance, they usually comply. LA Unified, for example, didn't do the emergency teleconferencing rule correctly a couple of years ago when it first came out. And a bunch of people complained about that because it was a charter school issue. So many in the charter school community complained about that day. And the school district board didn't want to risk a lawsuit over it, so they just did the item over again correctly. And that's sort of the end of it. So damages or anything like that. So we're done with Brown Act stuff. We're moving to board member duties. And remember, I said there's sort of three general buckets that I like to use for this presentation: duty of care, duty of financial oversight, and then duty of loyalty. And that's the conflict of interest piece, which is sort of the most interesting, I think. So duty of care. I'm doing pretty good on time. Duty of care for any nonprofit board member is basically this. This is describes sort of your fiduciary obligation to the organization. You act with the care, skill, prudence, and diligence under the circumstances of being a nonprofit church school board member, of a prudent person in a like capacity as a board member who's familiar with charter school stuff, considering your background and experience. So if you're very, very experienced and have deep background in nonprofits and management and accounting maybe, or nonprofit law, you are held to a higher standard if you have a deeper background. That's important to know.
But it doesn't preclude somebody from being on the board that doesn't have that experience.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
Absolutely not.
good.
We encourage all great diversity on the board. So there's another at the bottom, because a lot of times people will say, well, that's not what happens at my school board, or, well, that's not what happens at the council. They don't have a fiduciary standard. Elected officials do not have a fiduciary standard or any obligation of like to their organizations. They're politicians. And they have other considerations that they can think about, like future office, let's say. So don't follow what electeds do in the charter school space. Your duties are aligned to this organization for the benefit of this organization, not anything else. And you sort of give up some of your own rights, by the way. When you sit on a board like this, you don't have the same individual rights that you would have had. You have to put the organization first for the things that you vote on.
What's an example of that?
It comes up actually when in your situation at this school, because you have a lot of parent board members. You encourage parent board members, which many would say is imprudent, because it sort of encourages this dichotomy or this conflict, because you might have a situation where a parent will want to vote in favor of a particular program, a particular curriculum, a particular trip, because they want their child to go on that trip, whether or not it's the best thing for the organization as a whole to have that curriculum or that trip.
In a bylaw, can you cover that by enlarging the conflict of interest sections, by saying if you're a parent of a student in the school on the board and something involves their class, then you are required to recuse yourself from the vote?
You could.
Okay.
You could.
John, question I have in this category, just because I know you guys are talking about redoing bylaws. Is there a recommendation from you for a board? Should it be a parent board? Should it be a professional board? Do you have general thoughts on that, or what is that?
I like to see boards that have people from a variety of sources. So I'm not opposed to parent board members per se. I have seen problems with boards that are composed solely of parents. Similarly, the Charter Schools Act encourages parent participation. We've got to keep that in mind. Also, employees on boards can be problematic. And in the conversion context, because some charter schools are basically district schools that voted to convert to a charter school, they almost always, everyone I can think of right now anyway, has a classified and maybe a couple teacher board members. You know, that's okay, but it creates sort of an interesting dynamic because they almost start to vote constituent wise. Like, oh, I'm the teacher representative, so I'm gonna vote for what the teachers want, but that's really not what you're supposed to do on a nonprofit board. You're supposed to vote on behalf of the entire organization. And when those teachers have told, I can think of a couple examples in my career where those teacher board members have voted to benefit the organization as a whole, which a lot of their fellow teachers didn't like. Gave them a lot of grief about that, and that teacher board member I'm thinking of said, hey man, you guys elected me to be the teacher representative on the board, but I'm acting, you know, on behalf of the entire agency as a fiduciary.
Just doing my job.
Yeah, we've had some comment, some conversation about whether the teachers should be involved in electing the board of directors. Is that appropriate?
Should be involved in electing.
Because our bylaws say the parents elect the board of directors.
Yeah, so I'm the one who brought this in the past. I feel like we have this community where the parents can vote, but we have a very small staff. And it feels like they don't get a say on what the board is. So I had asked the board if they could be included in that vote to, you know, each child basically is 2 votes. Like mom and dad get to vote, so they get 2 votes that come in. Teachers would only get 1 vote, but that was something I presented. So that's where that question is coming from.
You can do that. That would be probably a change in your charter. So you probably wanna just make sure Senator Unified agrees that that's not material. I will say that I'm not a fan of the constituent voting for board members. The most successful boards tend to be, boards that vet and vote for other board members. And you can have qualifiers, like we want these species to be parents, for example, that's okay, that would be a qualifier. But it would be the city board as a whole that would evaluate and vote for those people rather than an electorate voting for you. There's nothing wrong with it, do it that way, that's the way you've done it, that's sort of your culture, but it's not common.
Okay. All right, that answered my question.
Yeah.
John, I've got another bottle of water in that bag over there if you want it. You've been nursing. This.
Oh, no, I did too much, you're not.
Okay.
Just trying to keep my throat wet here, thank you though, appreciate that. We're good. I think I hit these. The more duty of care. Just be informed, stay informed, and proactive in your role. So it's important that you as board members ask questions to seek clarity before you vote. Like, you have a nice financial presentation today. There weren't a lot of questions about the finances. Maybe that's because everybody's already seen the materials, you've already seen the interims, and no one has any questions, that's fine. But it's fine to ask questions and ask clarity and ask for further statements from your back office. And for other things too. It's important to listen to all perspectives and test your understanding. I always like to say, own your decision. So when you might have voted on some very significant things tonight, but you didn't have that opportunity to do it, but that would have been very significant, those items that were on the agenda. You would want to make sure you test your understanding. Listen to all perspectives, and that you all would have been comfortable with whatever those votes were, and I know that you were all prepared to do that. Again, own your decision. You want to do the right thing, your duty is to the organization as an organization. And then also an important part of your duty of care is to not get involved in the day-to-day business operations of the school. Have a professional manager of the school, let him do his job. If a parent or a teacher raises an issue to you as a board member, because you're friends with them, let's say, I'm gonna complain about this particular thing, this is terrible what Devin's doing, or this is terrible what these teachers are doing. You know, you don't get involved, so refer to Devin. Let Devin handle that. It only comes to the board if it's a board level issue, not day-to-day operations of the school.
And doesn't that apply in the case of there's something systemic that deviates from what the board wishes for its policies to be, and it has to rise to a policy level where we're saying, okay, you know, Devin's having a poker night in the conference room, we're gonna pass
Larry,
it.
I was just thinking, that's actually a great table for that. I was like, man, why have I not thought about this?
We're gonna create a policy for the school about extracurricular activities on campus, for instance.
Yeah, that's how you mediate that or.
Yeah. And that's what we could tell the public when they come and say, hey, I don't like this.
Yeah.
I'd say, well, okay, thanks for bringing it to us.
Well, where this often comes up. I'll just tell you the example that I have right now, more than recent, right now, is there's a charter school, it's smaller community charter school. Where sort of all the parents and all the teachers, they're all in the same community, they go to the same church, they all know each other very well. One of the, probably a 15-year teacher at the school is in some hot water, performance-wise. And she's being evaluated, she might be let go. But one of her best friends is a board member, and she wants her best friend board member to stand up for her and come to her employment review with the principal of the school. And the principal will say, well, why are you're a board member, why are you coming to this person's review? And the board member said, well, I'm a board member, that's part of my duty to go to this review with the teacher. And I'm saying, it's actually not. It's actually not your duty, and it's actually a liability for you personally to do that because you're acting outside the course and scope of your duties as a board member. So I caution people in situations like that to make sure that they know when they're wearing their board hat and not.
Would that apply to, like we had a discussion about exit interviews with parents that have left the school? Would that apply to that same thing?
If a board member attended an exit interview, that's sort of different because you might want a board member, so you might want, the board should assign that person, the board should delegate exit interview duties to one of you, or two of you.
Okay.
Do that, you could do that.
I thought it
Report back.
was outside our scope, but okay.
It's not really doing anything though, you're not performing a function.
You're just learning.
Listening and learning,
Mhm.
so I think that would be okay.
Okay.
I don't like it at the front end though, I don't like it at the front end when you've got the board members doing job interviews. And hiring rank and file staff, that's his job. Hiring employees is what your management should be doing,
Okay.
because there's liabilities associated with it. Unless you like, being a witness in a wrongful termination lawsuit and like sitting for deposition.
Yeah,
Cause
right.
that's what'll happen.
Right, got it.
Okay, covered all that. So I just talked about this, avoid acting outside the course and scope of your duties, like managing rank and file employees. Rather than policy making, don't breach your duty of care, we talked about that. Conflicts of interest, don't use your board membership to create a conflict for yourself, like, let's say you're in the, I don't know, paper business. Don't use this as an opportunity to sell your paper to the school, or tell your customers that you sell paper at Old Town Academy, you should buy your paper from me too, that sort of thing. Don't use it for that purpose. And then intentional or willful misconduct, that's like fraud and embezzlement, that sort of thing, that's never allowed. That's bad stuff. Board members, can we rely on staff? And gosh, I've got a day job, I'm not here all the time, I don't know what Devin's doing all day long, I don't know what the staff's doing all day long. How much can I rely on these people? Well, the statute says that you can. You can rely on your professional staff unless something using your ordinary skill and diligence and prudence to decide that there's something off, something that needs to be looked at further. We've had some fraud in the charter school space, not a lot. I can say that having worked with charter schools for 25 years, literally hundreds of charter leaders, I would say that misappropriation of funds and fraud and that sort of thing is very, very rare. Very, very rare. When there are mistakes made, usually they're just good faith mistakes because the person didn't know what they were doing. But rarely are there fraudulent things, but it does happen. And what we've come to learn is if you see something that doesn't seem right or doesn't smell right, you can ask questions. You can ask questions also of the consultants, like the back office. Hey, does this financial transaction look right? And if you still think something's off, or you just want to be comfortable, you can always bring in a third-party consultant. You can ask the board to bring in a third-party consultant and discharge your duty that way. To look at issues.
How does that, I'm trying to figure out how that looks, how that would operate in real life. You're, cause we're somewhat insulated, right, from not being on campus all the time. So,
You'd have to, it would be something that you would hear about or that you would notice in the books. You're small and you just have the one place, but there are some charter operators that are much larger. That have multiple dealings, might even have multiple audits. And might have multiple LLCs set up to do different things, and you might see one and you think, well, what is this LLC for? That address doesn't align with anything we've purchased. And if you don't like the answers that you're getting, you could ask someone to take a look at it.
okay,
Or the payments that we're making on this building don't seem right. They don't seem market. I don't know how we got in this situation. I want to have someone look at this.
okay,
Again, be unusual for an organization of your size, but it's things we like to cover in the presentation. Personal liability. So there's broad nonprofit volunteer board member immunity in California. So if you're a volunteer board member of a charity, you have broad immunity for things that might go wrong with the school. So long as you are acting in the course and scope of your duties. You have directors and officers insurance that would defend you anyway. That insurance is very, very cheap because there's no liability at the end of the day. It's basically you're just paying for the defense costs. Couple exceptions, if you're engaged in tax exempt bond financing, you're not. But if, let's say you were to buy this building with a tax exempt bond issue, that's federally regulated and there's different rules. So you as a board member might be asked to state under penalty of perjury or under oath that the OTA is in good standing with the IRS, or OTA's actual finances are this. If you're asked to do something like that, make sure it's true. Make sure you verify it personally, because you can't have personal liability if that's incorrect. In a federally regulated transaction like that. Political Reform Act liability is your own. So you file your Form 700s, you file them, I think, directly with the county of San Diego, I think, yeah. So if you were to not file those, just didn't do it, didn't want to do it, and the county routes you out to the FPPC and the FPPC sends you a $100 fine for turning it in late, you can't ask for reimbursement from the school. That's your personal liability, that $100.
Is there anything that a board member could do in a board meeting or otherwise that would take them out of the DNO coverage?
This is an issue that's come up with compensation. So if you have a compensated board, and there actually are a couple of charter schools out there that I'm aware of where the board members are compensated. That's okay, you can have a compensated board. It's just you're not gonna have nonprofit immunity. And what, with a couple examples I'm thinking of, then I stumbled upon the information that they're actually a compensated board, and I said, wait a minute, can I see your DNO coverage for a second? It turned out they had DNO coverage that depended on the notion and the attestation that unpaid. So they actually had insurance that didn't even cover that. And then when they went to upgrade that policy, I was worried it was gonna be like astronomically expensive. It turns out it wasn't that much more expensive in this particular instance, but it was significantly more expensive. Because they don't have immunity. So what could have happened was they could have had a claim against the directors and officers that wouldn't have been covered. That would have been disastrous.
Got it.
So moving right along, financial oversight. So one of the most important functions of the board, as I mentioned in the beginning, is financial oversight of the organization. And you do that by approving the budget, reviewing the budget, your interims, all the stuff that you heard today. Here's just a slide that talks about how important, financial oversight is in the charter school context. You cannot be renewed for substantial fiscal and governance factors. So this is an important factor of your review that you have annually, by sending, or all the time, regularly from sending and unified. And here's a couple code sections that show how this could play out. You can get revoked if you fail to meet GAAP, or if you, are evidencing fiscal mismanagement. Your charging authority assesses and monitors your fiscal condition, and they'll let you know if it looks like the numbers aren't matching up, or looks like you're not gonna break even. They'll let you know, they'll ask you what your plan is. Periodic financial reports are required, as you know, we talked about that, earlier this evening at two meetings. And of course, you do independent financial audits. Budget. Blueprint for the school year, set your spending priorities and goals, and you monitor it throughout the year. This is important, important in discharging your duty of financial oversight. So you wanna make sure all of you understand the budget, balance sheets, cash flow statements and the like. When you bring on the new board members, new parent board members that I anticipated that you're bringing on, you'll want CSMC to do their tutorial for new board members. They have a very good tutorial. I don't think there's any extra charge or anything for that. I think they just do it. And because you want them to come up to speed
Quickly, right. Just having watched our presentation, do we go into too much detail? I mean, everybody has the documents, we all got them ahead. Should it be more of a bullet thing rather than going through line by line, looking at each category?
So part of it is your preference, what you prefer, and part of it is CSMC discharging their obligation to give you thorough information. So it's a balance of the two. So I've seen situations where boards have received much more thorough information, much more detail, and drilling down on some of the numbers. You really didn't drill down on any of the numbers. But many charters will drill down on particular expenditure numbers. What's really in that particular item, or what's particularly in that revenue item, if you're interested. That was probably what I saw was sort of your garden variety presentation that I would have expected. For the public, it was difficult because the numbers were really hard to read. So it would be nice if there was a handout or something.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
We provide, yeah. We don't do enough for everybody here, though.
Well, we usually don't have as many people here.
Yeah.
Right, no,
That was an uncommon amount of number of people tonight, so.
Did we run out?
I was gonna say, I think, per your question, so I think prior to Janina coming on, they didn't go into as depth as Janina does. But then there were board members who are asking, minute questions, very detailed, and then when we had the stuff with Sandy Unified, she was required to go over more. So I think we're somewhere, past where we originally were, but maybe we'll move back to.
Well, in other nonprofit boards I'm on, getting the board to ask questions about finances is difficult. But there's less fiscal responsibility.
Sure.
They're fundraiser boards more or less.
Yeah.
In some cases. Yeah, for the public, like having something that defines what LCAP is or LCFF. Because Janina throws out the acronyms and I'd like them to be able to have some background. So maybe we could have just a handout that does a summary for the public, just a one-sheeter.
I don't know what that looks like, but sure.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a thought that struck me tonight.
We can just have something standard that maybe has what the abbreviations mean and what, just that's part of our board documents that can be picked up.
She was doing a pretty good job of saying the acronym and saying what it meant.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I thought it was a great presentation.
I think she did a really good job, so.
Yeah.
So we talked about this. Adherence to fiscal policies and sound financial management. Lots of talk about charter mismanagement of finances. There have been, I mentioned fraud earlier, there have been some examples of charters who have just mismanaged funds. I hope that that lessons, we had a couple competing bills in the legislature this year, both of which failed. One of them was a CCSA sponsored bill that would have, I think, trimmed down some of those opportunities for mismanagement or mischaracterization of finances and the like, that would have helped a bit. I still think charters need to do more just self-policing. I think you guys are doing a great job, and you're lucky you're within setting a unified, which is really good in this area. But point here is it just emphasizes how important the topic is. We have to be on top of the finances and avoid criticism. Your authorizer will seek background information about your board members. This is more for new charters. Some districts and other authorizers like counties do what they call capacity interviews, where they interview the management and the board members of the charter school to make sure that they know enough about finances to be able to operate a school. Scrutiny of and adherence to sound financial policies is the norm, and it will continue to be the norm. Be careful to separate your charitable fundraising dollars from state allocation for the schools. You have a foundation, I think, that does most of your fundraising, so that's good.
Yeah, we're not we're not tax exempt, right?
You are tax.
We are tax exempt, so we can take grants and donations directly.
You can.
Yeah, and we do sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you do that, though, I would suggest that you don't blend that with your state allocation dollars. You want to silo it. So you can account for your charitable fundraising dollars separately, because your state funding has accounting restrictions and your charitable fundraising dollars are much more flexible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you wanna keep them separate.
Okay.
All the money that you get as a charity, you hold it in what's called a charitable trust. There's something called a charitable trust doctrine. So when you get money from the state, your ADA allocation, that money you hold in charitable trust for the public use. That's how we get the term public funds or public dollars. What that really means is money held in trust for a public purpose. But you can have money held in trust for other stuff too. You know, I don't know, employee morale, whatever. Field trips. You just have to make sure you keep them separate. If you blend them together, you're gonna.
Meaning in the same accounting line and the same.
You can call it the same account, but you've got to, the same bucket.
Right.
On the books, you've got to book that.
Right, yeah.
Separate line
Right,
item,
right.
yeah. So let's see. An audit required annually validates your reported finances and other things too, like this training, by the way. You'll get a certificate and your auditor will say, hey, you were supposed to do that training every 2 years. Do you have your certificates? And you will. So you won't have an audit exception for this.
Is that a record that should be kept here at the school?
It's for you,
Okay,
so you could keep it and the school will keep it too.
Yeah, I would think we would also keep a copy of it.
okay.
So it's for.
Because the auditor is gonna come to us and ask for stuff, and
Mhm.
that way we don't have to reach out to you guys to get that stuff.
Yep. And some people, I've encountered. Actually, many people on charter school boards that are also on boards of other charter entities and or other public agencies like county boards where they do the same training. You only need the training once. You don't need to go to a 2-hour training for all the different boards you sit on. So sometimes they'll take their certificate from one agency and, give it to the other of the organization and cover it that way. So that's that. So these are some of the special topics now that we never really talked about in the governance trainings for charters, but we do now because of AB 1234 ethics, bribery. So here's the definition of bribery. It's giving, receiving, offering something of value for the purpose of getting something in return. It's the quid pro quo type thing. Don't do it. Don't take bribes to do things. I thought it was sort of when I first heard we had to do this, I thought it was kind of funny. I thought, how would you have bribery in the charter school context? In the city context, where this is born, like bribes for, give me this building permit. I'm building a shopping center here. I'll take on this golf jump in. Make sure you vote for me, that sort of stuff. And the charter space, what would it be? And a couple charter leaders have given me examples of where they think it would be. One of them I thought was funny, which was advancing a child on a wait list. Take a bribe for that. Okay, that's wrong. Don't do it. unethical. The other one was, we'll talk about this in a second, is contracting. You don't have to follow the public contract code like a school district does, or a city would do. You follow your own procurement policies, whatever they may be. So there have been situations, or there could be situations where a vendor, a contractor, special ed services provider or something might take you out on a golf junket or bribe you in some way to use their services as opposed to somebody else's services. You want to avoid even the appearance of that. So if you have a vendor or a potential vendor that wants to, shower you with gifts or give you an envelope with cash in it, I'm just kidding, but be very careful. And if it is a gift, make sure you disclose it as a gift on your Form 700, which we'll talk about in just a second. Here's another AB 1234 topic. This one I have a hard time applying to charter schools, but the idea here is if you're the person that's responsible for taking money and keeping money, you're not supposed to use it for your own personal use. Don't buy yourself Gucci bags. Don't falsify the accounts to mistrap money where it went or where it should have gone. And don't willfully obstruct lawful payments. This is a city issue more than anything. This is when the city is obligated to pay a vendor. But you, the money keeper, the bean keeper, don't pay that vendor because you want them to suffer some harm because you want to ultimately use some different vendor. It's sort of an odd thing that happens in the city context.
That's another hole in our bylaws. The bylaws say the treasurer pays everything.
So in practical terms, what that has to mean from my perspective is the treasurer must be delegating that authority to the back office.
Yeah, okay.
Which is not unusual. This one comes up a lot. Gift of public funds is an AB 1234 topic. This concept is sometimes misstated and overused. The idea here is government agencies are not supposed to give away their money without getting something in return for it. It's called a gift of public funds. In the charter school context, there has to be a nexus between the expenditure and the mission of the school. So if you get money from the state, you have to run the school, you've got to spend it on school stuff. It's things like, obviously the rent, the curriculum, your teacher salaries, but it could be other things too. It could be the questions I get are like, can we have a pizza party at the beginning of the school year with our state money? My answer is yes. In the school district context, it might be no. They're sort of different rules. They're not a charity. But it has to be something budgeted by the board. The board has to approve these expenditures or specifically delegate to Devin to do that. And that the link has to further the school's purpose. So like the pizza party at the beginning of the school, it gets the kids and the staff, happy about beginning the school year, getting them, thinking about it in a positive way. That's fine. Taking them out for a steak and lobster dinner at the best restaurant in town, maybe that is a gift. Maybe that is too much. Maybe it doesn't really serve the purpose.
What's the definition of public monies?
It's a great question, and there's no straight answer to it. So, it is money that you're getting from the government agency context, it's any money they have. You're not a government agency in that sense, you're a charity. So the money that you're getting in a fiscal cycle from the state, your ADA allocation to operate the school is money you receive in trust for that public purpose. And I would call that public monies for the purposes of this. It's a constitutional provision actually in California. So I would call it public monies for that. So that's the money you can't give away. You have to use it for that purpose.
How would you tell?
That's through the auditing, right?
Yeah, if you get $1,000 from the state, if you get an account for it, it'll be in this account for the state. You shouldn't go spend it, on the convenience store.
Oh, you can't show a debit against that account that was for the pizza party.
Well, you could for the pizza party, but you couldn't do the pizza party for your neighbor.
Yeah, okay, I see what you mean. Got it.
It's gotta be linked to the school.
Okay.
And you evaluate it on a case-by-case basis. Anything that's purely personal, or money benefiting an individual without any consideration are most likely not okay. This sometimes comes up in the retirement context at the city, where you, like, someone works for the city for 30 years and they're retiring and you're gonna give them a gold watch. The city can't pay for that. That is a classic example of a gift of public funds. No matter how much he deserves it and how much he's a great person at the city, it's still a gift because only he benefits from the gold watch. And you already paid him for 30 years. You already got caught. So that's when you pass the hat.
Okay,
Um,
got it.
or things that have come up in the charter context, vacation expenses, Oh, I went there for a professional development training. Yeah, but your professional development was only like a 2-hour session that you could have done by Zoom, but you were in Hawaii for a week. That's probably a gift of public.
Okay.
That would make me nervous
Got it.
if I saw that.
Got it. Got it.
But again, the pizza party for staff and for students, probably just fine.
Okay.
Come on, guys.
Moving forward to our pizza party.
Another important ethics topic, probably more important in the city context than it is for us, but I think it's very important for charters, is public bidding and fair processes to select vendors. You don't have any strict public contract code requirements for how you select your vendors. You do what you selected for yourself. I actually don't know what your procurement policy is. But it's probably gonna say something like, for contracts, 5,000 or less, you'll call around and find the best price.
That's exactly what it says.
And if it's $20,000, $20,000 to $50,000, you'll ask people to give you a written proposal. And you can pick one, and maybe it won't be the cheapest, maybe you'll pick the one you like the best. And maybe if it's over $100,000, you'll ask for bids or something. Whatever that is, do that and keep a record of it. You don't, in the public contract code, we have bid protests, so if you do a bidding process and you don't follow it correctly, whoever didn't get the contract might do a bid protest, so you didn't follow your process, give it to me. Those are not fun processes, and anybody's feelings are hurt at the end. So follow your process. What that does is it shows you're not favoring anybody and that you don't have bribes. If you are using state bond dollars for capital improvements, or district bond dollars for capital improvements, you are gonna have to go through the public contract code. The process for spending capital dollars follows the source. So if you're using sending a unified Prop Z dollars, you're gonna bid out that contract, you're gonna spec it to district standards, and you're gonna pay prevailing wage on the contract.
So the whole new building is sourced from the district, right? So improvements, changes, environmental studies, that's all gotta be
Just like
follow the public contracting code.
Yep.
Did
Yeah.
they do the contracting or do we do the contracting?
I don't know that that's been decided,
Okay,
but, I think it's their project, isn't it?
that's my understanding.
Yeah, so that'll just be like a district project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
But there are examples where there are charter schools that are building out private spaces and they're getting an augmentation grant from a local district for half the money or something like that. I don't like those because I have one school that it's a $40 million project. 35 million of it is a tax exempt bond, 4 million of it is donated dollars, and I think like 1.2 million is a school district augmentation grant. It's not San Diego, the school district augmentation grant, but that $1.2 million made the entire project prevailing wage.
ah.
So be
Mhm.
careful, is my rule on that, though that money may not be as cheap as you think it is. So. Point here for you guys is avoid the bias in contracting. And you want to avoid also the appearance of bias in contracting. They're best for last, duty of loyalty, this is where we talk about conflicts of interest. I'm gonna try and cover it in the 15 minutes that we've got left. I think I can do it. Here's the general rule. Individuals in a position of public trust, that's you, must avoid conflicts which prevent you from fulfilling their duties in an impartial manner. In California, the legal presumption in this state is that if you have a conflict of interest, you cannot be impartial. There's nothing you can do to be impartial. It's humanly impossible. So all the rules sort of follow that philosophical presumption, whether you're Kantian enough to believe that or not, sort of doesn't matter. That's just the way it is here. That makes sense? So we're just stuck with these rules, and they're pretty good rules. So how do we avoid conflicts in a charter school context? There's really three sort of ways. Disclosure of your personal financial interests, which you do on your Form 700. That's not tied to any particular purchase. It's just sort of letting the world know the sorts of things that you're into, the sorts of sources of income that you might have. So if I'm in the paper business, members of the public might want to look closely at OTA's paper contracts, paper supply contracts, to see if I'm self-dealing. Another way we avoid conflicts of interest is what's called the 49% rule. This is just a general nonprofit rule. It's not school specific. The idea is you can't have a majority of your board making money from the school. So that means you can't have more than half your board members be employees, because employees are making money from the school, or vendors to the school. The idea is that we don't want people to be using a nonprofit to generate income for themselves, private income for themselves. And then the other way we do it is contracting restrictions. Some contracts, we'll talk about it in a second, are just prohibited. You just can't do it. So if you're a board member and you own a bus company, there's no way ever that OTA can contract with your bus company, even if it's the best deal possible. There's a hard and fast rule, it's called Government Code Section 1090, I'll talk about it in a second. It just prohibits that. However, if you founded and run a nonprofit bus company, you're the executive director of the nonprofit bus company that contracts with OTA, and it's even though that's going to be financially beneficial to you as the executive director of the nonprofit bus company, that would be permissible because there's an exception. So we're really talking about impermissible conflicts, not just conflicts.
Right.
Many conflicts that we have in life, are permissible. I just love all these rules. So here's general background for those of you that are on other charitable boards. Self-dealing, super common. I would say it's even encouraged in the regular nonprofit world, not charter schools. So by way of background, let's say I'm on the board of my nonprofit church. Okay, it's a nonprofit corporation and has a big grass lawn in front, and I own a landscaping business. I can offer my services to the church. I'm on the board. Hey, I will do all the landscaping at cost, or I'll do it for free. Or I'll do it for a small marginal profit, but it's a great deal. I tell the church that, and I step out of the room and I let them decide, is this good for us? Do we need this? Is it beneficial to our business? Yes. And is John's deal fair, or is John's deal okay? Yes. If they make those findings, then I get the business. That's the way it works in the nonprofit world. All the time. But wait, for charters, there's more.
Other shoe.
Yeah. So don't be fooled. So we also have, this slide. The slides are a little bit out of order, but I'm just gonna go through this way. We also have to comply with the Political Reform Act and the Government Code Section 1090 rules for conflicts that are gonna apply. The Political Reform Act starts with this notion of conflict of interest code. These are out of order, but I'm just gonna go through them this way, it's gonna be too hard to figure it out. Conflict of interest code is a document that you have that describes the sorts of things that OTA cares about financially. So your code says that you have to disclose any interest you have in businesses that are of the type that provide supplies or services to charter schools or educational organizations or something.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have financial interest in those sorts of things, like you own the company or employed by a company like that, you would disclose it. Simple as that.
And that is disclosed on your 700 form, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
However, if you're a majority shareholder of General Motors, give me a card if you are, you wouldn't have to disclose that because OTA is not in the business of manufacturing automobiles.
Right.
So elected officials are different. Elected officials, Form 700s are all economic interests you have in the world. So an elected official would disclose the General Motors example. So you wanna make sure that your conflict of interest code aligns with the actual purchases of OT, I think it does. You can change your code if you need to. This slide is mostly about adopting the code, which you already have, so I'm not too concerned with that here. You file the Form 700, know that your spouse's interest, if you have a spouse, your spouse's interest is the same as yours for purposes of the code. So it's just like it's your income. Deadline to file is April 1. And you file it based on the disclosure categories for your position. There's several exempt things that you don't have to disclose ever. Personal residences that you might have. You might have a disclosure category that talks about real property. If you have real property interests that OTA might use or something like that.
It does, that's cool.
It does?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you wouldn't have to disclose your personal residences that you might have. Government agency income, so let's say you are in the education business, but you're in the education business because you're a professor at UCSD. You wouldn't have to disclose that. And publicly traded mutual funds, you don't have to disclose. If you have a privately managed mutual fund that includes in the portfolio business entities that serve charter schools, curriculum providers and the like, you'd probably have to disclose that and you should talk to your investment advisor about it. That's how that goes. Receipts of gifts. So on your disclosure form, let's say you disclose all your interests, and one of the things that you might get as a gift from a back office services provider, let's say CSMC, I'm not gonna pick on them, but I will pick on them. CSMC might have a big party, and they might give you tickets to a Padres game or something like that. Well, CSMC is certainly disclosable. They're a provider of things that you actually buy. So if it's greater than $630, you can't accept it at all. If it's less than $630, you would disclose it in your Form 700.
Now, is that before tax or after?
But what if when I bought it, it was under 630 and the tickets went up?
Is this pesos or dollars? Yeah. You have to use your best judgment as what the market value is. And oftentimes, smart donors, the elected official context every time, and we've been there many times before, the donor will tell you what the value is of it for reporting purposes. So if you get the tickets, you don't have to disclose them, and you can accept them if it's greater than $630 if you do this. If you return it within 30 days or you donate it to another nonprofit that's not you, basically, what you can do. The FPPC issues fines, by the way, for gift violations. They issue fines for lots of stuff, and they post that stuff quarterly, I believe. And if you go to their website to see and look at all the quarterly fines that they've given, half of them, at least half of them are gonna be gifts. People that reported gifts incorrectly or didn't report a gift. So it's a thing.
Would this be like a teacher receiving a gift from a parent? It's me
Parents
on the board.
don't really provide services. We don't buy services from parents, so it wouldn't be reportable under Form 700, so you don't have to report it as a gift.
Well, and you're talking about the board, right? Not a teacher. Is
I'm
that?
on the board, so.
Yeah, she's
yeah.
asking because she's on the board.
No, I thought you were talking in general for teachers. Okay, yeah.
So teachers can get gifts.
Not always.
Not always. Yeah, doctor.
Why can't the teacher get a gift?
The response wasn't to you, it was, she
She
said,
said they're not over $600 and I said, sometimes they
if they have been, they were like, not always, sometimes they are.
Whoa. Good to be an OTA, I guess.
Some days, John, some days it is good to be an OTA. Not every teacher's getting this.
So the other thing about the Political Reform Act, the first one was the reporting of income. The other is decision making. So public officials are disqualified from participating in government decisions in which you have a financial interest. We'll talk about 1090 in a minute. 1090 is the harshest rule, it's the municipal rule, but it could be that you're participating in a governmental decision where you have a financial interest that doesn't fall under 1090. So in my example, the bus company, the nonprofit bus company, If a contract is coming to OTA for the bus services, and you're the executive director or you're the driver of the bus company, you make money from this nonprofit bus company, it's exempt under 1090, so it's okay, OTA can do the contract. You still have to disclose it. You still have to say, by the way, I'm making money for this. I'm making money for this contract because I'm the manager of the company, I'm the executive director, I'm the driver, and you would recuse yourself. It's pretty unusual in the charter school context beyond examples like that. In the city context, it's more common, and you can think about it in San Diego, if you follow San Diego politics. One of the hot issues here for the council are short-term vacation rentals. So the city's not buying short-term vacation rentals. The council members don't have an interest in it that way. They might have an interest if they own rental properties that could qualify for the short-term rentals. So they aren't disqualified from voting for direct conflict, but they would disclose
That they have that,
they
yeah,
have that.
yeah.
So that's why they do that. This is the same rule. And then 1090, which is the harshest rule contracts. This is the hard wall. So it's a rule that says that a public agency officer, which is what you are, or employees, shall not make or participate in making, that is, help, talk about, put papers together, put bids together, or influence a contract in which you have a financial interest. It covers most of the contracting. Disclosure and recusal is not enough. The agency just cannot enter into the contract. And if you do, if the contract does happen, the contract is automatically void once it's been determined that there's a conflict. The way you can really see how stark this rule is in the school district context. I've done a lot of work with school districts for construction contracting. And what happens there is if a contractor is awarded a bid to build a, $40 million new middle school, let's say, what the contractor will do is they'll have a form where they're asked all the school district board members to sign saying that they don't have a conflict of interest, and they all sign the contract. And the reason for that is that the contractor doesn't want to put their own resources at risk building that school to have it be found out that there was a conflict of interest by one of the board members that would void the contract. Because if that happened, the school district gets to keep the school and the contractor doesn't get paid. So the guy that gets hurt in this deal isn't the public official, it's the person, the vendor or the contractor. Sort of funny in the charter school space, I see a lot of school districts that will say in MOUs and the like, oh, charter school, you're gonna be required that you comply with 1090. Sign here that says you're gonna comply with 1090. And I go, schools don't comply with 1090, it's the individuals that do. Right? You should be asking the individuals to attest to that. That's how that works. So last topic. Terrible participating.
I thought you've been doing a really good job with it. I haven't used one of those, so I was wondering.
It's a great classroom tool.
Yeah.
For sure. Public Records Act. So I'm a little bit over here and I apologize. Long and short of it is the Public Records Act is the primary mechanism in California for members of the public to access your documents. Most records at the charter school are probably, if you were to print everything out, most of it would not be public because a lot of it is going to be student material and employee material. Employee salaries, compensation information is public, but personnel files are not.
Should we be posting our financial reports online with our agendas and minutes?
You can.
Well, we are now because it was directed that we needed to start posting all of our board docs, and so all our board docs get posted in the board docs section now.
Okay.
If you guys don't want it to go that way, I think that is up to you guys, but that's what's happening right now.
It's a choice.
Yeah.
It's a choice. So I'd say most schools do.
I think it's a reasonable thing.
Meeting, all the documents are.
Yeah, I don't have anything with it. I'm just saying that was something that we recently
Yeah.
shifted, and so now it is that way.
Yeah. Increases our accountability.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
John, I have one really quick question. I apologize because this goes all the way back to close to the beginning of our conversation, but it's a thought I just had. It actually, Miller brought it up to me earlier. We do broadcast and stream out. That's not required by any of this, right? That's a thing.
Right.
That's an additional service that we are doing for our public, right?
Correct.
I just wanted to make sure because I guess you didn't even have to answer.
No,
Everybody else.
you talked about it earlier.
I'm
Yeah,
a-
yeah, most,
Don't.
most.
Yeah.
People did, before COVID, some people did it, no one really does it much anymore, people either choose to be Zoom or not.
Yeah.
That's sort of what they do.
Okay.
I think with the distributed population that we have at the school and the traffic in San Diego, I think. it's a
I don't mind
thing
either.
to do.
I don't mind either way.
And I'd rather have them come and be here, but
Which was, I think is how you get them here is by taking that off, because I think a lot of
Yeah.
people sit at home and, which makes sense, they cook dinner, they do all the things that are going on at 6 o'clock, you know?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry to interrupt.
No, it's okay. So examples of public records in the charter context, your board materials, which we just talked about. Financial records, which you just talked about. Governance documents that you might have, you have those posted.
Mhm.
Tax filings, I don't know if you have those posted. I don't know that you would post those,
I don't know if I read them.
be unusual, but if people requested them, they're public records, they're the sorts of things that you'd have. There's lots of exempt records at schools, student information, personnel information, preliminary drafts of things, like if you're drafting, you're doing some new bylaws. So let's say you have a couple different versions that you're circulating. Those are preliminary drafts that are not public. It's only the final version that gets approved by the board, that's the public version. That's a discovery topic in civil litigation, when they're trying to figure out, someone's trying to figure out like what the city did or didn't do. They'll want all the preliminary drafts that exist. That's okay in the discovery context, that's for a game. It's just not a public record. Here we're concerned about public records. And things that are documents prepared for litigation that's pending, you're allowed to protect yourself, so you don't have to disclose those sorts of documents. But email communications, contracts, all your contracts that you might have, things that you keep in the ordinary course of business, those are all public. People always ask me about emails. So if you're using a private email account, like your Gmail account for school business, and you're conducting school business on it, you're emailing back and forth with Devin about, some issue. And there's a Public Records Act request for those are public records, even though you used a private email. I caution people about that. I would prefer that if you're gonna use a private email account, that you create a special private email account just for OTA business.
yeah,
John.
we have those. We have those.
Okay, perfect. So don't use any other accounts. And the reason I say that is because if there is litigation, there could be discovery into your private email account, with conducting business from it.
And texting too, right?
Texting
Same thing.
So if you keep text in the ordinary course, those would be public. The mechanics of it, this is really more of a staff issue than a board issue, but it's important for the board to know how this works. And I've litigated tons of Public Records Act cases, being both the requester and the agency. The most important thing to do in this context is make sure you respond within 10 days. That's the one hard and fast rule. If you don't respond within 10 days to a Public Records Act request, you can be sued, and the other party can compel you to respond. And you'll lose. You'll pay their fees, and the court will then have jurisdiction theoretically over your production going forward, which is sometimes a trick that plaintiffs will do. So respond within 10 days, even if you're not sure you have the records or not, you can respond within 10 days, and you can give yourself a 14-day extension if it requires you to look at voluminous records or look at records offside of the like. And you just say, it looks like we might have some of these records, but it might take us 2 months to compile them. We'll get them to you by February 15th. The requester might not like that, but if that's how long it takes, that's how long it takes. You don't have to hire staff to comply. costs. So you can charge a reasonable per page copy cost. I sort of chuckle at that these days because nobody makes photocopies anymore. I can't remember the last time I put a coin in what was the last time you put a coin in a copy machine?
Yeah.
But you used to do it all the time,
All the
right?
time, right.
You didn't. You look too young.
I go to Staples sometimes.
She's never dialed a rotary phone, I guess.
Oh,
I'm 33 years old.
I grew up with a rotary.
I'm oldish.
but see, did they even have copy machines in like public libraries where you put coins?
Yeah, they do,
Okay.
they do, yeah.
It usually attaches to your phone with Bluetooth now, and you can pay straight from your phone.
Wow.
Right.
Whenever right after I graduated college, I didn't have access to like print things for lesson plans for like when I went into interviews. So I remember going in public places to like make copies for
Yeah.
an interview or something like that.
Yeah. So this was the thing. I mean, there used to be like a person at the city clerk's office that would have like a cash box for the copies you'd buy and stuff. No, everyone just gives PDFs these days. You should too. I like converting things to PDF too. So if you have native
Can
documents.
be altered or anything that way, yeah.
Yeah. There is something called data extraction. So there was a guy in LA that was asking for a lot of data. He was calling them public records act requests, but what he was asking for was information. He was asking for the schools to compile information and create a new database and use different separators and the like. And a lot of schools were doing it. And it turned out to be like 30,000 pages. And I one of them told me they were doing it. And I said, why in the world would you be doing that? And they said, well, isn't it a public record? And I said, no, that's data extraction. You can charge them for that. So if you get a request for that, what you should do, first of all, make sure that you're right. You can ask me, I can tell you. You could say, we'll do it, but this vendor says it'll cost, $4,200 to do it. Give us a check for $4,200 and we'll do this for you. And they'll hem and haw and say, no, it's public records, And then they'll evaluate it and they won't sue you. They'll move on because they'll realize that it's really data extraction. But again, it's a powerful tool for the public and we want to comply. We want to be transparent. We want to provide records in a timely manner to the greatest extent we can, so long as it doesn't disrupt our operations. You never have to comply with the Public Records Act in a way that makes you hindered in your ability to serve your students. That should be your guiding principle. And I think that takes us to the end. I went over by about 9 minutes.
Oh, man, well. Can we get a copy of that?
I have it, it's in my email. I'll send
Okay,
it
all
out.
right, yeah.
John,
That
thank you
was
so
really
much
well
for your
done.
time.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yes, thank you very much.
So
I learned a lot.
we'll get the certificates for the participants. We didn't have any parents of our.
No, we didn't have anybody stay, so.
I didn't like being wrong about.
Well, Alex isn't trying to be board member.
Alex is a trainee.
Exit interviews, but makes sense.
I mean, it's unusual. I actually like the idea of it.
You will.
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be useful, and it doesn't affect employment, because the person's not an employment.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for parents, it's even, I mean, they're working.
More so.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, everyone.
All right.
Thank
Thank you, sir.
Enjoy the rest of your meeting.
Thank you.
So,
That's great.
all right. No, I'm happy it was useful. It's hard to give these things because it's so
Yes.
boring.
You did a great job. Thank you very much.
Really appreciate you, sir.
Sure. All right.
Turn around if this is your phone, but there's a phone. Oh, yeah.
Karen, we turn the heat on when you're walking out?
What?
You turn your heater on when you're walking out, I'm getting cold.
Well, they don't stay on. It's not gonna get turned off.
I'll turn it off.
If I'm correct, knowing what I think, we'll be out of here fairly quickly. Cause there's a lot.
Sure.
See you guys tomorrow.
Thank
See ya.
I'm up
We're
next, right?
until live, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So continue first presentation to come to your teacher liaison report.
Yeah.
Teacher liaison report. Thank you, Andrea.
Yes. Hi, everyone. It is quite hard to believe that we are only 4 weeks left until we're halfway through this school year. Teachers and staff of OTA have been working incredibly hard alongside our students throughout Q2 to make this year the best it can be. From engaging lessons in the classroom, supporting students' social and emotional growth, our staff continuously shows dedication, creativity, and passion every single day. I'm proud to represent such a committed team on our school board, and I want to take a moment to highlight some of the amazing progress and initiatives happening throughout the OTA community. It's our last school board meeting. We've had Q1 exhibition, our annual jogathon, parent-teacher conferences,
the Halloween Fall Festival, and our Veterans Day event. That did all happen in 1 month. Each of these events was a wonderful celebration of our school community, showcasing how special our OTA community is. It's always inspiring to see how students, staff, and families, and the broader community come together to make these moments memorable. This past Tuesday, we enjoyed our second staff lunch, generously hosted by our amazing 7th grade parents. I was sad to have missed it, but my coworker said it was incredible. On top of that, we've been blessed to have a well-stocked teachers lounge this year. I know I mentioned that last meeting, but the snacks and drinks have really been a boost in morale. And it's a wonderful daily reminder of how the staff is appreciated here at OTA. In just a few weeks, our school will host Q2 Exhibition Day. All board members are welcome, and I just wanted to thank Mark and Bob for attending Q1 exhibition. You guys are continuously showing up for our students and staff, so I appreciate that. I also left on the table the outline of what every single class is doing for their PBL this quarter. So if you haven't done so yet, you can take the time to look at what projects our students are working hard on.
And when is that?
Q2 exhibition is on December 18th from 2 to 3 p.m. It's the Thursday before winter break.
Great.
Finally, I just wanted to say, the staff is using our valuable weekly minimum days. We do our SOSs, our PLCs, our staff meetings, and our teacher work time as well. I spent last meeting going through the whole spiel of what each of those look like. So I did cut that from the speech. So if you ever want to know exactly what we're doing every single time we do those minimum days, please come see me because I do have a very detailed outline just to make sure everybody knows how much we appreciate them and that we're using them to help support our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Any questions? Any public comment? No. Real estate, I don't have anything new since the last report of progress. I'll probably check in the next month or so to see if they've moved forward at all. The parts of the schedule that we discussed before, the flexibility all comes toward the end. So
You mean like it would speed up towards the end?
I doubt it will speed up in the front part. That's my.
The breaking ground would be.
Well, it's a lot of regulatory stuff, a lot of, they've got to do environmental studies of the area and all.
Red tape stuff.
Yeah, all that stuff. So that's all I have to say there. Oh, we already had the Jennifer's report, moving on to the principal's report.
Yeah, so some just recent news I want to share. Martha Ramirez did resign. She resigned November 2nd. She was a big part of OTA since its inception. It's honestly a tough loss for the school, for the community as a whole. I don't think there's really words to express what she meant for the team here. So I just want to just publicly say thank you to her, wish her well, and want to thank her for her service and acknowledge the incredible things that she did here at OTA for the community and specifically for the kids. I mean, watching her with the kids every day was a pleasure. So
well, when I was teaching, doing robotics here, and there was a child spinning out. Just by walking in the room, she would calm things down.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just 4 boys, so.
Yeah, she knew what was done.
And she just, it's that quiet power, it doesn't have to be loud. Yeah.
Also want to just update the board that on December 11th at 5 p.m. OTA will host its 3rd annual holiday musical. This is one of, in my opinion, the best events that we put on. I thought it was our best event, but after the veteran walk that I'm about ready to talk to, it may now be our 2nd best event. With it, it is really a K-5 program, but students do individual acts between grade levels, and then our middle school band also has a section that they perform. So while it doesn't cover the entire school, it covers a good majority of the school, and every student's given an opportunity to participate. So really looking forward to that. It really gets me excited for Christmas. So Next thing, and this one I will be asking for you guys to pass, during our Williams visit, the county office made some recommendations for our ELL or ELD program for our ELL students. Mr. Watts and I met with a person from the office, and we asked, I asked him to kind of update our programming according to that. What you guys, and I'm asking you to pass, is that updated programming that really is gonna allow us to move some kids out of the program that maybe should have been moved out before, that we didn't really have the right process to do that, and now we do, outlined very clearly. So just wanted to present that. Does anybody have any questions about that? Okay. Next thing, I'm pretty excited to announce this, even more so because I keep hearing just how, you know, the academics aren't as good here as they used to be. But OTA was named to the California Honor Roll. Old Town Academy made the Educational Results Partnership 2024 Honor Roll list for California's top performing schools, and I couldn't be prouder of our team here. This is the 10th year of ERP, has completed the Honor Roll list, which recognizes top public schools, school districts, and charter schools in California that have outperformed their peers in closing the gaps, particularly among high poverty and historical disadvantaged student populations. This year, 823 schools in California made the honor roll. Results are based on the data student outcomes on the CASP for 2024. And the honor roll really shines a positive light on schools where students are learning the fundamental school skills that employers value and look for. So really proud of OTA. Probably need to find a place to put an award up for this of some kind, just to document it, maybe downstairs. But
Going up on Facebook and LinkedIn and.
yeah, we need to get those things up.
Yep.
So we just wanted to share that. Thought there was a good time to share that after we got it. Bob had talked to me a couple times about it.
How many schools are there in California?
I just Googled it, 9,050 it says, which is in the top 20%.
Wow,
Math.
that's nice.
Math.
The math is math. The other thing, I really got two things. I already kind of talked about the holiday musical, so I put it on there as an item just to make sure you guys were invited. But the Veterans Walk that we did on Friday, November 14th, in a perfect world, we would have done it on Veterans Day, but we were off on Veterans Day. So we hosted the Aspire Center from across the street to come over. Our students literally caked our windows with veteran signs outside facing the building first. And we got a sign back from them that said, "You're welcome." And then we caked the inside of our windows so that the veterans, they came over on the 14th for some light refreshments, some breakfast like things. And then we took close to a single file walk all the way up to the top floor, circled the top floor with all the kids outside cheering for them with their signs and giving them cards. Then we circled down to the floor that we're currently on, and same thing. I really don't know of an event in my, definitely not in my educational career, maybe in my lifetime, that I've seen more emotion, just a beautiful example of what we want to model for our kids and what we hope that they become as community members. Got a special thank you from Carl across the street. And I do think this will be an annual thing moving forward. And I also really want to send out a special thank you to Tatiana Gavino, who spoke earlier tonight. She is kind of a new parent, as they shared, but she came to me pretty much on her own and said, "Hey, I really want to like help with like holiday events and different things." And so we had a meeting with Aspire, set up the process. She kind of took the lead on that from the school side. You know, we did the signs and things in the school, but she got all the snacks and everything kind of together, and it was a really beautiful experience. So I just wanted to share that with the board.
Awesome.
Yeah, it was truly awesome. I will in the future know that it is the event that it is and make sure that everybody, you know, knows to come. So we did have some of our family veterans as well as part of the walk. So it was.
I actually planned to come, but that was the day we were doing the changeover.
Yeah. You
Company
had
to company.
lots of computers you were doing.
Yeah.
That does complete my report, because like I said, the winter musical that I talked about, it's December 11th. Would love to have you guys present for that too.
Okay, does anybody have any new business? Introduce. Okay, on business. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I so moved.
Second, somebody?
A second.
There's a second. Any discussion? All in favor? Oh, no, I have to do roll call.
Roll call.
All right. Bob,
Yay.
Christine.
Okay.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
And Mark. And passed unanimously.
Vote yes.
Each person has basically you would set up like a chart that said they voted yes, no, or
Right.
abstained, and they just get a check mark.
Right. And I'm happy to look at your minutes when you get them done.
Cool.
Do we have to go into closed session? Do we have something we need to talk about?
To factually speaking, basically in there, I was just gonna talk,
Well, you don't have to say what it is, just let's.
we don't have to. It's not that big of an event. I spoke to Bob a little bit about what it was. But
Okay,
it's not-
well, I've got something I wanna talk about, so let's.
Okay, so we are going in closed
Yes,
session.
it's
Well, then why-
personnel.
That's not
Personnel. we're coming out of closed session. We have nothing to report. It is 9:45 and adjourning the meeting.